There, I see one attendee showing up. Another one, okay. All right, Janelle, I see 7 attendees. Is that the current number you see?
That is correct.
All right, at this time, 9:02 a.m., I'm calling the monthly LPEA Directors Meeting to order. The first order of business is for us to approve the agenda. Now, there was a last minute change to our board packet. The board packet now shows 135 pages. So if you haven't made a bunch of notes you want to keep and you haven't downloaded that packet, it would be helpful if you'd get it so we all have kind of the same page numbers. The agenda, of course, has been sent out and is the first part of that board packet. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda or any changes that anybody would like to make to it.
So approved by Kohler, and I do have a comment if it gets seconded.
All right, there's a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
Bob Lynch has seconded it. Kohler, a comment?
Yeah, you mentioned that maybe next month we might consider coming to a person-to-person meeting. Can we maybe deal with that in new business at the end of the meeting?
Yes, we could do that. I will add right directly before director reports a new item that will be called considering next month's meeting. I'll make that item 9B on my agenda.
Thank you.
All right, that's one change to the agenda that's been suggested. Is there any others? Okay, note on the agenda that today at 1 o'clock is when we are scheduled to have Matt Larson speak to us. And we know there is something that did happen last month, so it'll be interesting to what he has to say. With that, are there any other discussion on the agenda? All those who approve the agenda, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any who don't approve or abstain, let me know. Okay, the agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is our member comments and concerns. And I did have a discussion with Dale Ruggles, and he is going to read a letter. So we're going to bring him over first to read that letter. Now, Dale and everybody else who's going to speak, as you're aware, to keep this going along as well as we can, we try to limit these to be on point and as quick as possible. And we will cut you off at 5 minutes. Hopefully I won't have to do that. So with that said, Janelle, if you would, bring Dale over, and anybody who speaks, please identify yourself and either your address or what district you live in. So go ahead, Janelle. Okay, Dale,
Okay.
Unmute, and you should be ready to speak.
Dale, you're muted.
I still see the mute button on. Can you unmute him, Janelle, remotely?
Let me see.
He's probably searching for that button.
Yeah.
Okay, Dale, it looks like you're ready to go. Can we hear you? Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, board. Thank you, Brett. Plata County has approximately 12,000 registered Republicans, and many have concerns over the relentless and non-transparent drive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Many years ago, La Plata board realized Tri-State had excessive emissions due to their reliance on coal, and LPEA was unable to allow local clean energy projects due to a 5% limit in their contract. LPEA, along with other member affiliates, began negotiating with Tri-State to increase the 5% limit. That failed. Fast forward to today, LPEA is considering a total buyout with costs around $400 million and loss in millions in yearly Tri-State power credits, which are returned to LPEA members. Tri-State is a versatile power supplier with solar, wind, coal, gas generation. The plan we hear about is to buy electricity from a for-profit salesman, Guzman LLC or equivalent, which has no electricity generating assets. They will surely have force majeure sections in their contract to protect themselves from events similar to Texas and California, which left certain Texas residents with 1 month power bills in the thousands of dollars. These middlemen cannot and will not absorb these price swings. They just pass the cost to LPEA members or claim bankruptcy. Tri-State would spread this among member co-ops and has the financial generating flexibility to reduce or eliminate most drastic events. We are concerned these price swings cannot be eliminated by a for-profit broker and will one day instill a huge burden on LPEA members no matter what your contract states. With a varied portfolio of power generation mentioned above, Tri-State can provide power during all events. They can ramp up natural gas or coal facilities until the abnormal conditions subside. Tri-State can also provide the cheapest power based on market prices of variable fuel sources. Being a major electricity producer brings scale of infrastructure and first-class reliability. Tri-State owns all the transmission lines, which LPEA would have to pay transmission fees. Most coal-fired plants have 30 to 60 days of fuel on site. We fear for the safety and well-being of members due to unforeseen outages caused by the effects of weather on renewable energy sources. Renewables currently have to be backed up by fossil fuel facilities. Tri-State has developed the renewable energy plan. It addresses the original 5% flexibility issue with a 50% increase for locally generated renewable energy. It eliminates 100% of the emissions from New Mexico coal facilities near LPEA service area, increases wind and solar over 1 gigawatt, meaning 50% of Tri-State's power will come from renewables by 2024. Will achieve a 90% reduction in CO2 emissions across the Colorado generating area. They are closing coal-fired plants, Escalante, Craig Stations 1, 2, and 3, which translates into 100% coal emissions reduction in Colorado. Tri-State has heard its member co-ops. Loan buyout, math shows a $400 million buyout would add a fixed cost to every LPEA meter of $52 a month for 20 years, plus another $5.57 a month in lost and Tri-State energy credits for a total of $57.57. We are concerned that it takes a 39% reduction in wholesale power price to cover the loan costs or break even. You cannot achieve these cost reductions today and have no way to reliably predict future energy prices. We feel the addition of the fixed cost will put a huge burden on those already struggling to pay current utilities, which is not fair or just to those members. This will further increase the level of energy assistance grants needed for low income and struggling members while adding additional burdens to the rest of LPEA members. And in conclusion, we formally request LPEA to release the multiple economic and feasibility studies done by others on the economics of the Tri-State buyout. We believe those studies indicate that it's not economically viable and is a moot point when Tri-State completes its energy plan. 2, we are asking the board to take a step back and reconsider Tri-State's responsible energy plan. By the year 2024, Tri-State will be 50% renewable energy, a full 6 years sooner than LPEA's stated goal. 3, do not put the well-being of LPEA members in the hands of for-profit salesmen. We would like the board to consider why leaving Tri-State benefits the less fortunate. Saddling members with long-term debt may not be in their best interest. 5, allow members to vote on leaving Tri-State. And finally, also, we would like the board to put aside the political and personal agendas and do the right thing for all LPEA members. It's called duty or loyalty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. You did a good job getting that in with your time limits. We appreciate that. We also appreciate the interest in the Republican Central Committee and LPEA operations. As you know, you've sent that letter to us and we have it. I'll hit a few points here, and what we'll then do is ask staff to go ahead and more fully address all the points in your letter. I think it is a good time to have some communication between us, and perhaps we can get more on the same page, as you might say. A couple of things that I would point out, perhaps the most important, is I know there's an assumption, it sounds like in your letter, that our buyout costs could be very, very high, like $400 million. Well, I don't know where that number came from exactly, but it's clearly too high and would never work. LPEA's board of directors, and of course with advice from staff, would never undertake a buyout that would cause us to raise our rates. It just isn't going to happen. The work that we have done to this point allows us to believe that there is a buyout number that we all could agree on that wouldn't harm Tri-State, that would allow us to save our members tens to $100 million. So it's a big enough number that it's worth us to continue to pursue. If Tri-State would have been agreeable to getting us a buyout cost, we wouldn't have had to continue on this long legal path. In addition to LPEA, many other co-ops now are trying to get a verifiable and reasonable exit fee amount so they can better decide their power supply futures as well. These include San Isabel, San Miguel, Poudre Valley, United Power, KC Electric, High Plains, Northwest Rural, Springer Electric, and Wheat Belt. The list does seem to keep growing. And obviously Kit Carson and Delta Montrose have already escaped. So we're not, you might say, the only ones rocking the boat or trying to make these decisions. We're part of a large group. The other statement that you made that I thought is probably worth talking about is you mentioned Tri-State being a versatile power supplier and owning all their assets. But really, currently, like in April, 39% of all Tri-State's energy was self-produced. The other 61%, almost 2/3, was procured elsewhere, either in their power purchase agreements or on the open market. So you might consider Tri-State is and will become more with the closing of power plants, a middleman broker as well. You might say a wholesale marketer. It won't be a great deal different from wholesale providers that might offer to provide us power. I know you expressed concern about the financial risks and of course what happened in Texas. And we agree with you on that for sure. But I know that LPEA staff, attorneys, our board, and along with experienced consultants as needed, are well aware of these and other contract concerns. And I know our staff, with expert help, is competent enough to craft a normal, commonplace, fixed price contract. For example, a known fixed price by contract that would not change for 10 years. But financial risk is a concern to us. And Tri-State does have greater than $3 billion in long-term debt and has not chosen to pay that off in past years. And in a sense, maybe it's keeping the rates artificially low. Tri-State's own long-term financial forecast does show significant rate increases. They don't release that forecast in public because it's just projections, but we use those in all of our forecasting. The concept of reliability is another point you mentioned. We've discussed this over the years and tried to educate the public, you might say. Tri-State provides power into our regional grid, just like hundreds of other power generating entities. We don't know who the electrons we consume actually come from. The organization that is responsible for guaranteeing our power reliability, that is responsible for seeing that we get all the energy we need, is called our balancing authority. And that is currently the Western Area Power Association. WAPA will continue to be our balancing authority whether we exit Tri-State or not. Our reliability will be unchanged. Generation, whether it is coal-fired or renewable, has to be backed up in cases of outages. WAPA knows that, and they see to it that adequate short-term and long-term power is in place. Let's see if there's there's a variety of other points. I think staff would perhaps best address those, but one I wanted to bring up because it's brought up before, and it's probably worth discussing, is that you've requested that we release the economic and feasibility studies we had done by others as part of, that was our power supply committee. We didn't initially release those because we thought we were going to go into negotiation with Tri-State. And obviously in any transaction, whether you're buying a horse or a house, you don't tell the seller what you expect or are willing to pay before negotiations start. However, time has gone on, and I think actually in some of the litigation matters, Tri-State has seen those studies. It perhaps is time that those full reports are released. I would like to add that to our agenda to be discussed, perhaps in executive session, and I'm looking to Jessica to make a note of this. Perhaps it is time to release those reports, put them on our website so everybody can see the full details. We probably have to get agreement from the consultants who wrote those reports that we could do that, but I expect that that might happen. So Dale, we will definitely pursue that. Okay, so thank you. We appreciate the information that you provided. At this time, I'll see if there's anything anybody on the board specifically would like to address with these, or if enough's been said. Anybody on the board? Let's see, I gotta move to panelist group. All right, then we will go on with the next attendee who has raised their hand and has chosen to speak. Janelle, would you move that person over?
Yes. Gwen, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Guinn Unger. I live in Forest Lakes in District 4. Just to follow up a little bit on what Britt said, Tri-State does not own any of the renewable resources where it gets energy. And the reason they don't is neither LPEA nor Tri-State can take the tax credits. So in both cases, you end up having to have a third party who builds a solar array or a wind farm, and you buy the energy from them. So there's really no difference at all between the way Tri-State's doing that and the way LPEA might do it. So anyway, the other thing I want to do is to congratulate the board on staying the course in terms of legal action. It's clearly starting to pay off with the offer from Tri-State to reduce rates. So I know that's been a point of contention with a lot of people, but I really think that the board is doing a good job of hanging in there on that. And I think it's going to pay off. And I'm absolutely convinced that if the legislature hadn't acted in 2019, and if the larger distribution co-ops hadn't put this legal pressure on Tri-State, we'd be back at the Mike McInnes era, where it was, we're Tri-State and we're going to do whatever the hell we want. So again, congratulations for hanging in there. The other thing I wanted to talk about just a little bit, I wasn't going to talk about broadband today, but I heard a Marketplace podcast on Monday, and they were interviewing Jessica Rosenworcel, who is the acting chair of the FCC. And she was talking about broadband, and she said some really interesting things. First of all, she said they've got to have accurate maps. Recognize that those maps that they've been using are not at all accurate. And she said they can't just take in data from the carriers and assume it's correct. They've got to do something else. She also mentioned other alternatives, working with other groups. And she said that might involve small local companies, fixed wireless, and electric co-ops. She specifically mentioned electric co-ops. So, you know, I think that's something that's pretty interesting. And I wanted to just quickly read a quote from her at the very end. She said, "It's never been easier to explain to policymakers in Washington just how vital it is that we connect everyone, everywhere to high-speed broadband. And I think we have to seize this moment and say we're going to connect 100% of us and then plot a way to do it. Because coming out of this pandemic, it's clearer than it's ever been that this is the infrastructure that every household and every community needs to have a fair shot in the 21st century. So I know that the broadband committee is working very hard, and I hope that the board of LPEA will step up and do everything they can to play a major role in achieving these goals. Thank you."
All right, Gwen, thank you. Janelle, if you could bring over the next attendee to speak.
I currently don't see any hands raised.
Oh, okay. I see the list shows 14. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Tyler.
Hi there, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tyler, go ahead and identify yourself and your location and then tell us what you need to.
Okay, my name is Tyler VanGemert. I'm an acupuncturist, natural healthcare practitioner in Durango. And I'm a member, obviously, of the electric bill. And I just appreciate your hearing my voice with regard to the fiber optics, fiber to the premises option. And I remember shopping for a cell phone, my first cell phone, and I was looking at all the safety risks for the radiation that the cell phone they used to offer that data. And nowadays we don't hear about that, or, you know, I think that the 5G movement is it creates a toxic adverse effect in terms of healthcare for the population, human beings. And so just a quick note of my concern about setting up all these antennas and microwave. Actually, I think they now call it milliwave because the frequency is it's like at a higher rate. And what does that do to our cells, to our bodies? So I just wanted to put in my vote for the fiber optics option. I think it's a great way to go, and I hope you'll agree. That's all I wanted to say this morning. Thank you.
Okay, Tyler, we got that. Appreciate the comment. Is there any other attendee who would like to speak to the board?
I have one more.
Okay.
Dave, go ahead.
So this is Dave Peters. I'm a member of LPEA. I would encourage what Britt's already said to consider releasing information that you have on the potential buyout. There are an awful lot of members that we're hearing from now that have lots of questions and concerns on where the board's headed, transparency, governance. So better sooner than later. So I hope you do consider releasing information so members can be more aware of what's happening. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Dave, and to make sure that more people are aware of it, if we do release that, we will make sure to include in our mailing list Dale, who seems to have been a liaison, and he could pass that information on. So we appreciate the comment. Okay, next comment.
Amelia, go ahead.
Hello, this is Amelia. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Amelia, you sound real good.
Thank you. I'm also a healthcare practitioner in town, as is Tyler, and I just want to second his concerns about the implementation of the fiber to the premises and having that as an alternative to the wireless infrastructure that is being fast-tracked in a lot of states. And a lot of states are actually doing a lot of movements and legal action to prevent the 5G risks from coming into their community. There's more and more science coming out these days that are showing really particular case studies around risks to our bodies and our health. I live in the Turtle Lake Valley and kind of right up next to Animas Mountain. And so my house doesn't even have access to a satellite. There's not a line of sight. So I currently don't even have internet at my house. And I do know of other people in that situation. Satellite is also quite expensive. I've had that in the past when I owned a house. I think the fiber to the premises and the broadband option is such a great, obvious forward step to link everyone in rural communities, as was earlier stated by other members, to support communication, especially with people who are not necessarily always connected and have access to information. So just want to be a voice to support that. And I really appreciate the fact that we even have a broadband committee here in the La Plata area. So thank you for all the work that you guys do moving forward with that. And thanks for welcoming us all to speak our voices.
All right, Amelia, thank you. Are there any other attendees at this time who would like to speak to the board? If so, please find the button to raise your hand. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you. That part of our meeting, member comments and concerns, is over. We'll move on to the next part of our.
Hey, Britt, it's Joe.
Joe.
Just one comment. We've heard from a lot of people about the danger of 5G. If someone has some, a credible scientific paper that is sort of understandable, I sure would appreciate receiving that so I can evaluate this objectively. I haven't seen anything that really, makes any definitive claim or evidence that, that there are real problems out there. So if there is information, I would appreciate if they would forward that to the board.
All right, Tyler, and Amelia, since you spoke, I'll give that task to you. And of course, to anybody else who's listening in, you can find the director emails on our website. And that would be a good way for you to collect a resource that you think is sort of definitive like that, and put that in an email and send it to some or all directors. If you send it to just a couple of directors, they will forward it on. So we'll put that task in your camp. And with that, we'll go ahead to the next item on the agenda. If there's any other, Tim Wheeler's got his hands up before that. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Hey, just to comment on some of the members' concerns around transparency there. While we did not release the details of those consultant reports that we received through the Power Supply Committee, we did release publicly the findings of those. We carried out 4 town halls that presented those findings. And that information is available on the website, but it is buried in sort of like April of 2019's board meeting attached documents. And I think we could bring those further to be more easily accessible. Those findings showed that in 2019, we could have, if we didn't have the contract with Tri-State, we could have accessed in 2020 our 50% carbon reduction goal and kept our rates below the 70% of the other co-ops. And we would have saved in those findings perhaps as much as $20 million a year. So it's important to understand, I think, that we have had the opportunity to achieve goals that Tri-State is just now saying they can maybe achieve in 2024 or 2030. And we could have done that much sooner had they not delayed by not providing us with a clear exit charge that we could then consider. This is not LPEA hiding information from our members. It's the consultants who had gathered that information having NDAs with others. The findings are there. We need to bring those forward so the members can see it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that is probably a good idea. And I notice on our website that under the About Us, there is a submenu down there called Power Supply. And that might be a place that we consider expanding, putting more of this information, because yeah, it was always a challenge to keep a website up to date and to keep the available information there. But that might be a thought as to where it's put. Okay, let's see. All right, then we're going to go on at this time then to keep moving to consent board items. This is the next item on the agenda. There are 4 things in our consent board items: the approval of the minutes, accepting new members, capital credit payments, and our monthly write-offs. I'm looking for a motion at this time to approve the consent board items.
So moved by Kohler.
Okay, Kohler's moved that we approve these 4 consent board items. I'm looking for a second, and then we'll see if there's any discussion on them.
Seconded by Rachel.
Seconded by Rachel. Is there any discussion on these or corrections to the minutes that are seen? Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. In the minutes on page 3 of the minutes, it's 4 in the packet, I think, under broadband committee update, there's a sentence that says the committee has been extended to August and will give suggestions at that time. I think suggestions should be replaced with recommendation. I believe that was the what was asked of that committee to provide a recommendation rather than a suggestion. So that's the only correction that I see.
All right, are there any other corrections or discussion of these consent board items? Okay, with that one correction, I'm now going to ask to vote on the approval of that motion. All those who are in favor, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any opposed, unmute and let me know, or any who wish to abstain. Okay, that was approved unanimously. Now the next item in our agenda is the CEO and staff reports, and we'll start with the division dashboard. That's on page 31 of the board packet. So page over there, and we'll follow along with Jessica. So Jessica, if you would, go ahead.
Screen so that the public can also see our dashboard. All right. So again, this is the April 2021 dashboard, table of contents, and I'll walk through these slides. But the first slide is the key performance indicators. So as we've mentioned before, the green checks are meeting or exceeding our performance goals, and then the yellow is on track to meet performance goal, but it's not in the year-to-date goal that we have set. And so there is one item, it's cash reserves, which is a % of operating costs. So the goal is 16 to 20. We are at 15.32. So that's pretty close, but Carl will talk a little bit about why we're outside of that, but he'll do that during his financial report. Okay, any questions on that? Okay. So again, this is the, I think April highlights. This is our North Star. So of course, I've mentioned this to the board, but for the public, we have used this dashboard to highlight how we're meeting these strategic objectives that the board has set for us. And so these are the big buckets of those strategic objectives. And if the public would like to see those are on our website. So the first one is the executive report. And so these are the 3 highlights for the month of April. One of those is that I participated in the Smart Electric Power Alliance Grid Integration and Electrification Forum. So again, this was an invitation only. They had about, I would say 50 folks from across the US joining these to have smaller group discussions around grid integration, reliability, electrification. And so they're more about lessons learned and to make connections across the US. Smart Electric Power Alliance has also some great reports online. If any of the board is interested in looking at those, they do have a lot in there about how you integrate carbon neutral or carbon free or renewables onto the grid and how that helps with reliability in some cases, but how you do that in a reliable manner. The other thing that staff and I have been doing is we've been coordinating with the Southern Ute Indian tribe on tribal meetings. And so we've set up monthly meetings. Our first kickoff meeting was in April. These meetings have been scheduled to provide updates between the groups. So it's not only beneficial electrification, we're coordinating with them on broadband. They're providing us updates on the carbon neutral gas facility that they are building that you've seen the press releases on. So it's a great opportunity to make sure that we're coordinating with them and we're sharing information. The third issue is the Spring Creek substation. So that's a really big project. And actually, Jerry will talk about this later in his report. But I did visit the crews, super proud. This whole actual dashboard includes lots of pictures from that. But it was a great opportunity for our crews to work on transmission and distribution. And again, I don't want to steal Jerry's presentation, but it was really a great project to improve reliability, in particular, reliability due to the 416 fire. So after the 416 fire, we did regroup and have lessons learned, and this project is one of those. So again, Jerry will talk in more detail, but these are some of the landowners I met, very gracious. They had nothing but wonderful things to say about our engineering staff that Dan manages and Jerry's crews. So it was really a great opportunity to kind of talk to them and see how it went on their property. And I even asked them for feedback on anything we could have done better, and they didn't give me any. So it was really a great opportunity to meet some of our members. Any questions on that?
Got one. Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Could you tell us where the location of Spring Creek substation is, please?
Sure. Jerry helped me out, but it's right.
County Road 250.
County Road 250, but it's right on the corner. You're coming out of where Pop Sushi is, and you're headed north. And it's right next to this church. Jerry, what's the name of that church?
It's the Jehovah's Witness church there.
So if you're, there's a corner.
A mile down 250.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
For me, as soon as I hear Spring Creek, I think of the road up the HD Mountains over by Bayfield. That's my Spring Creek from growing up, but I know this is different.
Okay, so now I will hand this over to Nadine.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to do a highlight on this slide. We had 0 accidents and incidents this month, 1 COVID case, which we're thrilled that everybody's continued to be healthy. And then we have set up a survey that we will start working with employees with Gallup. And we're really excited to work with Gallup over the next couple of years. They have a great reputation for employee confidentiality and also in questioning and surveying. So one of our goals in the 5-year plan is to work on employee morale and improve year over year. So this will be the first year setting a baseline and then developing initiatives, and then we'll see how that goes forward. And then talking about going forward, I do have some personal news that I did want to share with you as a board. I've accepted a promotional position as a Chief Human Resources Officer at a G&T in Texas. And so I'm actually going to be moving on. And I'm pretty excited for that. And of course, I'm sad to leave LPEA and the community. So that's going to be my next personal step. I did a little bit want to kind of talk about something else. I noticed some posts, in election season about turnover at our co-op, and it's often talked about negatively. And we have a growing co-op. We hire wonderful employees, and each of us are continually growing. So there are new opportunities that people may take, and it makes space for internal promotions. Running our turnover numbers, we are less than 10% in voluntary turnover each year. And that's very healthy. 10% is considered healthy. So as an organization, you look at succession planning. You want everybody to have that opportunity to grow, and some will stay and some will leave. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that part, that somebody leaving is not negative unless, we all go different ways, but this is a positive opportunity. I'm so grateful for working with LPEA over the time I have. I've had wonderful opportunities and have grown here that has given me my next chance. So thank you, everybody.
Well, that's certainly interesting news, Nadine, and congratulations on that. How do you have a roughly time at which you will actually be going?
Yes, I start it at Rockwall at the end of the month. And so my last day here is June 1st.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I can speak for all of us. You'll probably hear from a lot of individual board members and staff as well, but it's been fun. It's been great working for you. We've obviously seen some amazing and interesting changes. It's be sad to see it go, but I know you're going to be helping Texas out. And frankly, I think they probably need the help. So great. Get down there and get busy. Okay, comments. Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say I'm sorry to hear that, and I'm also want to pass along congratulations to you. I think that's well said. That's how healthy organizations work, as people grow and find opportunities, and that opens up the door for someone else. So we're personally really sorry to see you go, Nadine, but wish you the very best. You contributed enormously here, and sorry to lose you, but wish you well.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Nadine, it's a bummer to lose you And but I wish you the best. I just don't know who's going to laugh at my jokes going forward. So thanks a lot for all you've done.
I will.
Good luck.
I will.
Thanks, John.
Yes, somebody's got to keep Tim's ego in check.
Thank you, Nadine, for all you've done.
Okay. Well, Jessica, then we can move on after that news.
Yeah, we're really mad at her, but we're excited for her future and know that this is a growth opportunity, which is always something I've been taught is you create the best employees possible so that everybody would try to steal them from you, but then you make it such a great workplace that they don't go. But I think in this case, Nadine got a great opportunity and she's moving closer to family, which is really wonderful. So you can't blame her for that. So we're excited for her future. Okay, page 8. Let me get my sheet. This is Carl's gonna hit on the first one.
Wow, I'm gonna follow up Nadine's announcement, and she did very well not to cry. Well done. Well, talking about where I presented an introduction to co-op finances to the staff seems a bit of a letdown, but it was a really good session. I was really pleased with how many of our staff came during their lunch hour to learn about the vagaries of co-op finances and what's different from what they may know, you know, from a for-profit company or other places they may have worked. And I'm hopeful that, you know, it was kind of a similar presentation to a director orientation where we talk about, you know, capital credits and patronage and so forth. And I think it's really helpful for the staff to have that wider understanding. So when they see these press releases going out about capital credit allocations, retirements, etc., they know what's happening. So it was a really good session. I was really pleased how many people showed up. So that's mine.
Okay, and Dan is number 2.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about a situation and a good solution that has occurred here at La Plata Electric recently. You know, when we see meter tampering, we often get very concerned. Now, I just want to explain the type of meter tampering we've seen a rash of here lately. It's not the classic meter tampering where somebody might actually, you know, mess around with the meter itself. Instead, it's been we will look to have services disconnected when somebody leaves a house and somebody else comes in. And what would typically happen, somebody moves into a new place and they contact LPEA to initiate service again. And typically what has happened is that there's a disconnect breaker in there somewhere that we have locked shut. And I was going to point to the picture you had there, Jessica, and it went away. There it is. So you see down at the bottom of the picture that we call it a meter seal. It's a plastic piece with a wire hoop that goes through something, and it basically is logoed with LPEA. It's pretty obvious that's not what you're supposed to cut. However, people have felt it's been their responsibility to turn their power on. They will cut that meter seal, not on the meter, but we actually have a breaker. And so we've had to change some policies in the way we've done things in our metering group, and the finance billing group has done a wonderful job collaborating on building some new policies, making it more apparent to people that you are not to cut anything that La Plata Electric has sealed. So we've implemented those new procedures now and are moving down the road.
All right, thank you. And Drew has the last one.
Good morning, everybody. So we've developed a couple of new web-based applications in-house, and these are available to employees on the company intranet. So that'd be a check request and an expense report. And so this is a web form that an employee would fill out, and that can be submitted directly to the accounting department. It's stored in a database, so we've got record of approval timestamps and all the routing. So it gives us a lot of functionality. We can run reports on all that data. So this is just another step in streamlining some of our processes.
Drew, how was that being done before?
We had a couple of different ways. So like for the check request, we had an old Microsoft Access database. And so we could still kind of generate reports, but it was a little bit more clunky as far as doing the routing, and there was paper involved. For an expense report, we were just using an Excel spreadsheet that you would then have to save and use email to route and so forth. So this just makes it a lot more efficient.
Thank you. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, two things. One, let's get the web-based expense reports out to the board, please. I think the Excel spreadsheets we use are kind of clunky. My first question, though, is about the meter tampering campaign. I saw that come out and I thought, oh, it just must be that time of year, or it's time to do that as part of our safety stuff. Dan, are you saying people are really messing with this stuff?
Yeah, it's like I said, one, I know people know better, but it's pretty, somebody moves in, they want power on, I can take care of this myself. They go out and look at it instead of calling us, or so it's just been weird that we had maybe 10 instances show up in the last month or two, and it was an odd thing that we normally don't see. So we thought that obviously we need to be more clear on this. Take any doubt out of somebody's mind when they cut something that says LPEA on it. I think it was pretty clear myself, but we made it abundantly clear with stickers and anything when we disconnect a meter that you need to call LPEA.
Wow, that's incredible. Thanks a lot, Dan. I appreciate that.
And Kirsten, I'll speak to the director expense report. We would love to make that process, streamline that for you all as well. Tim and I we've been working on that form just recently. The one that we use for employees is on a system that's only inside of our network. So it's not like we could expose that for this purpose, but we'll look for opportunities to make that better.
Okay. Moving on to page 9. This is helping to keep the lights on, and Jerry's going to talk about the switches.
So the switches that Jessica was referring to earlier, there are 2 at the Spring Creek substation and 2 up at Tameron substation. And we were expecting to complete just 2 of them in a 2-week span, but we were able to get all 4 of them. And they allow many, many different capabilities for the system as a whole, but they'll also help us for our wildfire season coming up for isolation purposes if the situation occurs.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Jerry, can you just give a brief explanation of what a 115 kV switch is and what it does, and just to add to my depth of knowledge of how electricity works?
So these are on our main feeder that energizes our substations, and it's 115,000 volts transmission voltage. And what these will allow us to do is keep substations in power by switching a certain combination of the switches around, so we can keep substations in power and isolate a certain section of that 115.
Okay, and I'm assuming was this budgeted expense, or is this something that just came up? Yes. Okay.
These were budgeted, yes.
Great, thanks.
Jerry, is it fair to help elaborate on that by saying many of these substations have multiple 115s coming in so that these switches could control what comes and goes?
It wouldn't have necessarily multiple feeds, but this will allow us to isolate a section while still keeping substations in power. So for example, there was a tree that fell down in near and almost got into the 115 over a couple months ago, and they needed to isolate the 115 line. Well, at that point, we actually had the outage and the work was being completed. But what this will allow us to do is, if they, in the future, if they need to kill out that line, we can do some switching instead of having to, we can use these switches to keep our substations in power instead of having to potentially have a major outage on these substations.
Oh, Brett, you're on mute.
Are these remotely controlled?
No, they'll be manually controlled.
Okay, thank you. Kohler, go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if this is the right time or not, but my son is on the wildland fire crew, and they had a fire, I think it was on Monday, in which a truck took down 2 of the power poles, started a fire, and he really wanted to have me pass on his thanks and appreciation to LPEA. They showed up very quick, and they kind of gave a little comfort to the firefighters for working around power lines, and it was very much appreciated, and they were able to get the fire out quickly. So thank you to the crews.
Kohler, where was that at roughly?
Up on 250, I'm not too sure exactly where. I'm sure Jerry or Jessica could say where that was, but it did start the grass on fire.
Jerry, what was that?
10,000 block, just before Elkhorn.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate that,
Yeah.
Kohler. Okay.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, Brett, I appreciate that too, Kohler, because Jerry actually forwarded me a lengthy voicemail from a member up there just glowing about the crews and how quickly they reacted. They were the first ones on the scene. So that was great, and just how professional. And Jerry has some pictures, so maybe we'll share it in the next dashboard because it'll be under the May, but they're pretty highlighting to show folks really what happens, because it was a truck that never looked up and took down the guy wire, or not the guy wire, but took down the poles, and they're just destroyed. So this is where we've been trying to educate truckers or backhoes to look up before you do these things. So this was a good reminder. Okay, and I think the last one, or the next one, is Garrett.
Yes. So we've been doing some cross training with our apprentice linemen. Basically, what we're doing is swapping one of our apprentices for one of Durango's for a week at a time. Right now, we have them cross training with the crews, but we're going to have them cross training with the other departments, the substation techs, meter shop, staking engineers, servicemen. We're just trying to get them well-rounded, give them, all the experience that we can give them. But so far it's been great. These guys are young, full of good energy, and we're having a lot of fun with it. So far so good.
That sounds great, Garrett. It's nice to hear something like that going on.
Okay, Dan has the last one.
Yeah, and this is just a quick note to say that we're leveraging the fiber, that we've recently extended some of our substations by putting security cameras out there, and thanks to the IT and the operations group that all helped make that happen.
Dan, are those viewed in 24 hours a day kind of thing?
Yeah, dispatch can view those from the office there, and we can put a variety of different technologies from motion detection and everything out there. I haven't done that at these spots yet, but that way we can keep, if we have personnel working in substations, that's when they're really watching those, just to ensure everybody stays safe.
Okay, great. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, is this a real problem, substation security? I mean, do people screw around with these things, or is this, again, just kind of a layer of help here?
Yeah, I'll let Jerry chime in if he has a different opinion than I do, but I don't think it's been a problem necessarily for us, but we have the ability to do these kind of things. And it also allows us to put, future security in there as far as when doors are opened, latch detection and those kind of things there. But, we've had some yards where we've had some break-ins, but I think generally people stay safe around the substations.
Haven't we had some instances of raccoons breaking in? Would we spot them with this?
You can, but you're going to be spotting lots of other things too. And so it's hard to distinguish, you know, what's going where. But we've got other technologies that we've used for the raccoons around the Bodo Park substation to keep those guys out as well.
Hey, is it possible for someone to do some real damage if, you know, someone walked in there, or would they basically fry themselves?
All the above. Yeah, and people, you don't even have to walk into the substation to cause damage. People can cause trouble. And so the more we can deter things from happening, the more we're going to keep the honest people honest.
Thanks.
I think Tim has a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Dan, do you have a recording capability with these?
Yes, I believe that is recorded. I don't know the length of time and everything, but we have definitely gone back and have had instances happen like in our parking lot or something. It's like, okay, who knocked this? Who hit this car over here? And we can go back and review that.
Excellent, thanks.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll keep going. And this one is also Dan's.
Yeah, I'm sure every one of you are aware of this. We've got our settlement rate reduction from Tri-State. We'll be discussing that further today, but that's definitely a highlight for May, or a highlight for April. We have a lot of power supply highlights for May that we all know is going on too. Of course, we've released our RFP, but I can't say that because these are April highlights, not May.
Any questions?
And really on the rate reduction, that's an agenda item. So if you do have questions on that, let's hold them until we really hit that item.
Okay.
Joe, did you have something else not related to 2%? Go ahead.
The RFP that you sent out that email, Dan, about the RFP meeting, is it okay if we listen in on that on the Zoom meeting? I just kind of like to hear what's discussed tomorrow.
Yeah, let me touch base with with Jessica on that, but I think that'd be fine. Basically, it's going to be some technical questions on some stuff there. So, let me chat that over with our group here, and I'll let you know, Joe. Thank you.
Okay, these are all Hillary's.
All right, so just 3 things from me to report for the month of April. We conducted our stakeholder mapping meeting. We got members from each of the teams here at LPEA together in a room with masks on, which was really fun for a change. And we all got together to identify our main publics, LPEA's main publics. I know that term is a little bit awkward. I think we're more used to hearing the term stakeholder or audience. But the reason publics is good is because it infers a more collaborative approach, a more two-way model of communication, as opposed to audience that infers just someone that we preach to, which is not what we're trying to achieve. So we got together, we identified our main categories of publics and are continuing work on identifying our value propositions and our messaging to them accordingly, because the value that we provide to groups is different depending on what that group is. And if you tailor messaging and campaigns around what really matters to them, you have a much higher rate of effectiveness and impact. So that's my first update. Very fun day.
Hillary,
also,
quick question on that. What would be an example of a couple of these publics?
So an example might be contractors and builders. That might be one group. Another might be local students. Another might be sort of environmental groups in the area. Another might be political groups in the area. So those are some examples.
Perhaps the political groups would cover that which was brought up this morning in the letter by Dale, or those who perhaps are not very trustful of LPEA at the moment. Do you consider that as a group?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, that'll be great if you can develop some way to address their concerns. Appreciate that, thank you. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Hillary, will there be, so are you developing like a communications plan for each of these groups or overall, and then is that something that the board will see at some point?
The idea is that this will be a resource that will, be updated over time. It will be something that is not in and of itself a strategy. It will be a document that basically holds all sort of our stakeholder details, and it will be consulted when we're doing communication campaigns. So for example, say we're going to do a campaign around time of use rates or a campaign around elections, we would go to that document, take a look at that, figure out who, which publics we should be targeting for that specific campaign, look at the messaging we had discussed, and more of a reference resource. As far as sharing with the board, I can discuss that with Jessica, but I think that would be possible.
Yeah, we hear these comments, from the public session of, a lot of people are talking about, problems with the board and things like that. And I think it would be a good idea for us to kind of hear how you're approaching some of these different groups. So we're tuned in too, because, obviously board members have ideas about the different, publics too. So I'm hoping that you'll, I know this is a long-term process and it's not something that's going to happen right away, but as you move along, if you can keep the board informed of, what you're finding, what you're coming up with, how you're communicating with these folks, I think it'd be very helpful for us, when we meet people on the street who are asking us questions and things like that. Thanks.
Great. So next is just our scholarships, just an update for you all on that. We are independent panel of elected 7 scholarships, 7 local high school students out of 81 applicants to receive our scholarships this year. So that's a bit more applications than we've had in previous years, which is great. Those kids are really looking forward to bright futures, and LPEA is really, really happy to be able to support them. More details on that are on our website. Also, we wrapped up our paperless campaign in April. We really, for 2 months, were pushing our members to go paperless. And in the end, in those 2 months, we switched 3,265 members to paperless, which saves us around $32,650 a year.
Okay, Sue, go ahead.
Right, thank you. It's not mentioned here, but I just got my WhatsApp yesterday with my bill and read the articles, and I thought for the most part it was well done, but there were several suggestions I would like to make. As you know, I have this real annoyance with us not giving inaccurate information, but it's not always complete. And just a couple of examples here is, we talk about strategy and finance, we have the 5-year operation plan, but then we don't explain what that is. And so when I'm reading this, it's like, okay, that sounds great, but what are they? And I'm looking at this from a member's perspective as much as a board's perspective. And then, it talks about we conducted 2 elections last year, and we really didn't. One was not a special election. It was with John Witchell, that was an appointment. So, that is inaccurate. That was not accurate information there. And then it continues to really bug me that we never give Tri-State credit for the rebates that they provide for La Plata electric members. We tout how much we give back in rebates, but we're not giving any credit to Tri-State in that. So those were just a few suggestions or thoughts that I had in that newsletter. The other one was that, we talk about the capital credit monies that went back to the La Plata members, but we don't talk about what we did with those Tri-State capital credits. And so I think it's important for us to, when we want to be transparent, to give complete information to our members.
Okay, anything else for Hillary? All right, we can move on.
Okay, Sue, thanks for the feedback on that. you know, the board is also welcome. If you have feedback on any other newsletters, send it to us, because sometimes, like I mentioned, we're stuck in the weeds, so sometimes we don't see how things are communicated. So we do appreciate that. It's really helpful. Okay, page 11. Let's see. This is actually looks. This is Jerry. My notes are wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we implemented a new barcoding system in the warehouse to try and keep better track of material and inventory to improve our accuracy and keep our numbers tight. And then we also created a team of many departments to help improve our reporting and track our capital projects. We've never really had a good process in place. And so this team is going to really watch the numbers, watch the hours, and do a comparison once they're complete, see where we can improve.
Okay, thank you. And the next one is Carl.
Yeah, so this will come into more focus later on when we talk about the tri-state rate review. But we have selected a consultant, a third-party consultant, EES Consulting, who are out of the Seattle area, to do our cost of service analysis, and we will be having our kickoff meeting with them next week. They came in with the best bid, and they are a company I've also worked with before and found to be very good, very professional, and a lot of expertise.
Okay,
Great.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious, and maybe we're going to talk about this later, but I'm just curious about the board's role in talking about the cost of service study. What kind of input are we going to have going forward with that?
Well, the process is that the consultant will do much of the analytical work. Staff will put together the data that they need, and they will come back with a recommendation, which we will review with them, and then it will come to the board for approval.
Yeah, Joe, it's very important that the board stay out of the process, and same with the staff, because the whole point of this is third-party independent review.
Okay, yeah, you know, I was just in the class last week, I guess, with Holly and Kohler too, and one of the things they talked about is, you know, it's not just about kind of nuts and bolts financing. It's, you know, there's, you know, a little philosophy and, you know, where we're going with different programs. So that's why I raised that question. I don't know if Holly and Kohler want to weigh in on that.
Well, my take on it, Joe, is that the cost of service study is sort of raw data massaged into buckets to help the board understand things. And you're absolutely right. The cost of service study doesn't dictate how things are done, but it provides a significant data point to help the staff and board decide rates and how much each rate class has to put in. But things like our strategic plan and philosophical approaches will weigh in on final decisions. And that's one thing, and perhaps in the past, I was very troubled by years ago when the cost of service study was giving a really high weighting. You know, I'm just throwing numbers out. Maybe it was weighted 90%, and our own strategic goals, which of course weren't stated back then, would only get a 10% weighting. I don't know what that weighting is, and it's probably different between board members, but you're right in pointing it out. But it's also great that Jessica points out this is a third-party effort, and we'll all stay out of it until the numbers are done. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay, trying to move us along because we're running out of time, and I want to make sure we get to Carl and we get to Jerry. So this one is also Jerry for the first two, and then Dan's the last one.
So this goes back to the capital work projects as well. I mean, it just process improvement across many different boards and levels, from our estimates for our contractors to fire mitigation. We are using all departments to team up and tackle these things to improve our processes.
I'll get these last couple of things here. So yeah, I think it's just really exciting, the work we've been doing with the electric e-bus charger. We can be innovative and leading, and we're actually part of the playing an advisory role on the development of these control schemes here. So it's definitely on the leading side of all this, and it's exciting to work with, but we got that technical spec all wrapped up and finished up there. And then, of course, I think all of you guys are aware of the beneficial electrification webinar that we held in April and had about 72 members and lots of questions, a lot of questions about heat pumps there. And I was just following up with one of our members that came out of that here just real recently. So good communication there.
Tim, go ahead.
Hi, Dan, this isn't necessarily on this slide, but the draft for the with the city for their electrification, right?
EV readiness.
I believe that the input is due on that. When is that? Is that Monday? By Monday? Or if people have comments on that draft, could you just remind us, please?
Tim, I believe that's all complete. It's actually published on the city's website right now.
Yeah, well, I believe it's still open. It's a draft, still open for comment. You might want to verify that. And I think that is coming up here. One of the things that I've heard from some members is that this desire for more level 3 charging, because even people who live around here might be able to charge overnight, but the level 2 they're saying is just not sufficient for a lot of applications where they're out and need to get a charge. So I just want to bring that up and make sure that that if there's still opportunity, which I believe there is, for input into that we highlight that somehow. So
yes, Hillary commented that they're accepting comments until May 23rd.
23rd.
And Tim, I would totally agree with you on the fast charging, because we had an EV here that we borrowed, and I was very sad that when it was my day to borrow it, I could only drive, maybe 30 miles because it was a slow charge, trickle charge. So I get the frustration from people. So thank you.
So somebody gave you a low fuel car? Sounds like something my brother would do to me or something.
I agree. My siblings.
Okay, Bob Lynch, go ahead.
So while we're on that, I guess I wanted to clarify, when I went to the Durango site to get that, read what they're doing in all those areas, they still made it sound like level 3 we're still kind of figuring out the location for level 3. Is that correct, Dan?
Well, we have one in Pagosa already.
Right,
We've broken ground on the one in Durango at the transit center. And then finally, we're about ready to start in on the one at Purgatory.
Okay, so sorry if I interrupted you, but you did say, so the site is determined to be the transit center and there will be a level 3 there?
Yes.
Okay.
And these will all have two charging ports at them.
Okay. So a small piece of interesting data, at least from my standpoint, I drove my EV from Pagosa to California in April, and I was sort of scouting the level 3s along the way, obviously, along the way, and figuring it out. The largest gap or distance to go between level 3s is, from where I live, is Pagosa to Monticello, Utah, because Durango doesn't have one. And so all the way to California, you didn't have to go more than 100 miles to find another level 3 charger. So Durango is a real gap spot there. And I hear that it's happening, and that's great, thankfully, finally. While we're on EVs, can I keep going to say something about something?
Go ahead.
It seems to me like LPEA ought to be one of the first ones to get a EV truck out there. And it's a little too late to put in your name, our name as LPEA for a Rivian or a Tesla truck. Those reservations are already backed up by the hundreds of thousands. I have a reservation for each of those. I'll see if I get one before long. But Ford is announcing their Ford F-150 Lightning truck today, and they'll start taking reservations, I think, as of the announcement of that truck. And I know it's part of a budgeting process, but it'll be more than a year before you get one. But LPEA ought our name in there and try to get in the line more toward the front to get a F-150 Lightning truck. I think it would serve a lot of purposes and a lot of benefits, in addition to just being the kinds of vehicles LPEA should be planning for the fleet in the future. So I would like to see that if that's possible.
That's a good. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say thank you. That's really part of our EV readiness plan. We've been talking with operations about our fleet. That's our big commitment there. So plans are in the works.
Great. Normally they may charge a little bit of money to make the reservation, but even if it turned out that pickup wasn't useful, it might be money well spent, even if you had to cancel it. So I just put that plug in as well. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Just a quick thing about charging. There was that study that came out of California of folks who had electric vehicles and then went back, and most of them went back because of difficulties with charging. And those folks who went back, most of them also didn't have charging at home. So I think that the program that LPEA came up with the charge point at home is really great. It's the way to encourage people to stick with their cars once they've got it. And that Ford 150 thing is way cool. I don't know if you guys have seen well, it hasn't been released, but you could see the clunky parts of it just the other day. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Holly, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Britt. I just wanted to make sure and thank the staff. There was 6 staff members at the beneficial electrification webinar put on for Earth Day. I'm really impressed by the numbers of member owners that attended. 72 seems like a pretty good solid number. And I was also just amazed at the technical difficulty of the questions that were coming at you guys. It really kind of surprised me. And if one thing, because I think about beneficial electrification virtually every day to some degree. And so the only thing I would recommend is maybe having a little less technical information in there for some of the regular folks who might not quite be at the level of understanding that some of that information was, and it also came from the member owners. So to me, that kind of shows that there's a hunger for more information about that stuff. So good job all around. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay, we can go on.
All right, thank you. So Carl is now going to talk about the financials.
Yeah, so I think we can speed through these pretty quickly. As Jessica mentioned at the beginning, we had one of our financial goals was not quite met in April. At the end of April, we had cash reserves were slightly below the board approved range. I can tell you as of right now, they are around 19%. So by the 3rd week in May, we're right back where we need to be. We pay a quarterly debt payment in January, April, etc. So the end of April, we paid about $2.5 million to CFC on our long-term debt. So that's hence why we were slightly under our range at the end of April. All the others were comfortably in excess of where they need to be. So moving on, some highlights. For the year to date, our operating costs are $1.5 million below forecast. Delinquent accounts, I'll return to the second point at the end. Delinquent accounts are less than they were last year, but last year they were very high as the pandemic effects were really kicking in. So I'm using 2019 as a comparative, and they are less than half what they were in 2019, which is very encouraging. Our volume of electric sales in terms of kilowatt hours is very close to forecast, but we're 2% below. But we actually have gross margins, that is revenue less cost of power before we look at all the other expenses, which are just over $300,000 higher than we forecast. And the main driver there was this second point that we're talking about is our peak power usage was actually, our peak was outside the tri-state peak period, and that saved us a bunch of money. And that is a credit to our peak power charge, and our time of use billing gets us right down. That it shows it can really save us money. You know, not all of that $300,000 was driven by that, but a good chunk of it was. So in summary, for April, expenses were pretty much where we budgeted, and I would expect to see that for the rest of the year. We're starting to get back to, you know, normal, as it were, not completely, but we're certainly getting there. And where we had a positive variance against our budget was driven almost entirely by this gross margin. So as of now, year-to-date operating margins are $1.8 million over forecast, and I would anticipate that is pretty close to where we'll end in December. Any questions?
Okay, we do have a couple of questions, and I'll point out that Carl's detailed summaries, or the financial details, start on page 20. That has all of the tables of what's going on every month. And at this point, we'll open questions up in general on finance. So Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Thank you, Carl. I just wanted to say that I really like that lunch and learn idea on sharing with the employees the co-op finance 101. I just thought that was a really super cool idea. And I was curious, when was our peak that was outside of tri-state, since it's from noon to 10 p.m.? I'm just curious.
So, Holly, we frequently peak at 6:30 to 7:30 a.m.
Okay,
as far
that's
as
what
an
I was
LPEA
figuring.
system peak.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Dan, did you just say we peak at 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. or p.m.?
AM. That's
AM.
So that's La Plata Electric's overall system peak. If we're not peaking in the evening, what we're billed for from Tri-State's only between noon and 10 p.m. So that's the one we really have to watch. But occasionally our system peaks in the morning as people are getting up in the wintertime.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I was curious, and I wrote it down in my notes, but I can't find it. But it seems like our time of use really helps us out, correct? I mean, that's really key.
Yeah.
But it looks like we only about 10% of our members are actually time of use customers. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, and growing. We're working on another campaign. I just did some filming with Hillary's group here very recently on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was just wondering. It seems like it's wide open for some kind of a marketing campaign, because I'm on time of use, and it helps me. But yeah, I'd really encourage that gets out there sooner than later. Seems like a good time to start working on that now before the winter. So I'm glad to hear you're doing that. Thanks.
And of course, continue to be aware that our standard residential rate does have a peak power charge. So everybody is now encouraged to try and avoid our peak times in some way. When I think it's great news. And even if we do peak during Tri-State's window, which of course is probably most of the time, the goal is to reduce those peaks, not always just to peak outside of it, but to reduce those peaks. Tim,
Brett,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I'm sorry, one more thing. So is this any indication that people are actually paying attention to how they're using electricity, do you think? Do you think that message is getting through?
So, Joe, I'd say it's a little early to determine a trend on that right now. It's certainly a good indication. I'd like to see a few more months just to see how it's going. I think you're going to see more and more of that trending as we go on, though.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Carl, thanks. Good financial report there. You always include lots of really great information, and usually answer all my questions in your narrative and in your presentation. I do have a question, though, just to clarify. the cost to purchase power through April that you reported, that does not include any tri-state rate reduction at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, just to make sure. Thanks much.
And just to slightly expand on that, well, we're going to hit that as an agenda item later, so I'll just drop that completely. Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. Just as an observation for those of us who've been watching this, there were 2 more on-bill financing accounts on page 30 of 135 for another $27,500.
Yeah, and Holly, that's probably worth. I talked to Dale Ruggles, and that came up because he pointed out, as we all know, we do have some members who struggle, and they could benefit by a lot of our programs, but almost all of them, even when we go out and do energy efficiency stuff, take some money up front. So one place we can help them out, if it could ever be done, would be through on-bill financing, help to pay upfront costs for things. It gets complicated, particularly if you're switching people off of propane, because then you're lowering a gas bill, but increasing electric bills. So how do you deal with on-bill financing with that? I don't have solutions, but it's something to keep in mind, particularly for those like Holly, and I think like Kirsten oftentimes, who do pay close attention, and certainly like Sue, to our members who are struggling. So something to keep in mind. Okay, anything else on finances? All right, then at this time, we will take a 15-minute break. We will come back at about 10:45, and we will be jumping to the fire mitigation presentation that's on page 64. So let's get ready for that, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. If everybody else happens to be back, we can get started more quickly than 10:45. People are sitting around waiting and ready. If you're out there, go ahead and turn your video on so we can see who's all back. Maybe we can go ahead and get started. Okay, looks like. Kind of waiting for Rachel and John and Sue.
I'm here.
Okay, we get a couple more. Got John out. All right, I think we've got the majority. Let's go ahead, get started and save a couple of minutes. As I mentioned, this fire mitigation presentation is on page 64 of the board packet. I'll keep an eye on questions as best I can and interrupt as necessary if I see some questions. So with that said, why don't you go ahead?
Hey, Britt.
Yes.
It's Tim, I had my hand up here.
I haven't quite got that screen going yet, but I'm getting to it. Okay, go ahead.
Before we, I didn't want to interrupt Jerry's presentation here, but are we finished with the dashboard? Because there was a question I had about the later in it that I don't think we got to it. It's on page 22 of the dashboard presentation, which I have as 52 of the packet. And under target.
Okay, go ahead.
Under targets, it says electric blade rates are lower than 70% of our Colorado cooperative peers. And then there's a note, working with other Colorado co-ops, the LPEA attorney and staff from Grid Solutions and Finance teams analyzed Tri-State Policy 123 and proposed changes to BDP to Tri-State staff. Could somebody actually, explain that a little bit? I'm not quite sure what Tri-State Policy 123 and BDP, a lot of acronyms in there, and I'm not quite sure what this is referring to.
I can take that, Tim. BDP is buy down payment. And policy 123 is the policy that governs that. We've been working with Tri-State just as we have been with you might also see acronyms called CTP. That's the contract termination payment. These are two different things, two different avenues, parallel. We're chasing down, we're trying to reduce costs on every front possible. And so we've gotten together with some cooperatives that were interested in partial requirements. And I think we've made a very good case to Tri-State on lowering the partial buy down payment BDP. And we're having, I would say, constructive negotiations around that. And so that'll be something that will, once we get something settled on, we'll be bringing that to the board as well.
All right, well, that was a helpful clarification. Thank you, Dan.
And I don't mean to be cutting off the board for questions on our appendix, but do take advantage of emailing the question to, and if you're not sure it's going to, certainly to Jessica, and copy the board, and those things can be answered in email as well. And after you have a chance to review the packets more thoroughly, I hope everybody will take advantage of that. Okay, Jerry, go ahead.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So this is just an overview of what we've been working on involving all aspects of wildfire philosophy. This year starting out dry, as we all know, fire risk is extremely high. The snowpack is below average this year, represented by the dark blue line on the graph. And so we're doing our best to prepare for all the potential risks. The three most recent fires that impacted LPEA in some way in our area: East Canyon Fire, 416, and of course, Missionary Ridge. As with everything we do, safety is always number one for public and us. We're approaching wildfire risks with a three-pronged strategy. First is prevention. What can we do to reduce the chances of our infrastructure being the cause of a wildfire? Number two is protection. How can we protect our infrastructure during the wildfire? And last, all the steps involved in the aftermath. Prevention. No single item on this list is more important than another. Coordination and sectionalizing. Our engineering group is constantly doing studies to try and ensure that, for example, if a tree falls through our lines, the energy source will be cut as quickly as possible. Vegetation management. We've upped our efforts to thoroughly maintain our easements and right-of-ways, but as you all know, we are limited to specific widths. That means danger trees outside of those areas. They can be tough to convince landowners to remove them. Because of that, we're increasing our aerial inspections with both helicopter and drones to try and catch them before they fall and start a fire. Our maintenance is increased with our reject pole replacements and raptor protections. We'd like to get those cleaned up and completed. We have incorporated wildfire risk assessment to our GIS mapping. I have a slide later to show it. And it shows where extra attention is needed for vegetation mitigation and management. We are working closely with the Wildfire Adapted Partnership. Their most recent mitigation on the power line trail benefited both residents of Durango and LPEA. And their upcoming projects could do the same. And last, public awareness. The more mitigation our members do on their own property, the more control fire authorities will have during a wildfire to potentially protect our infrastructure. Here's some photos showing some of the maintenance and some rebuild from the East Canyon fire and the power line trail mitigation. If you look in the top right of the power line trail picture, you can see where our power line ran. So it did benefit us. The top left is a raptor protected primary dip. Almost all energized parts are covered and the grounds are clear of contact. So here is our wildfire risk layer that I spoke to. Since we incorporated the Colorado RAP, which stands for Colorado Wildfire Risk Assessment Program, we've upped our inspection and mitigation higher risk areas. You can see where our circuits overlie on the risk areas, the bright red and dark brown. So step two, protection. Prevention and protection go hand in hand. The more we can do to prevent losses, the less we have to do during a fire. All of these things on this list prevent and protect. We will also be limited in terms of access in times of fire. So to be able to go in and protect infrastructure during a wildfire is unlikely, which is why prevention is so important. We are looking into the possibility of using these heat and fire resistant pole wraps. We're also coordinating with Archuleta and La Plata County emergency operations and all the stakeholders involved to try and streamline processes for all of us in wake of a wildfire. And last is restoration. What will our procedures be during and after a fire to keep our members' lights on? We want to locate, isolate, and restore. With more smart devices on the system, it will give us better control and reduce outage times. And the installation of the 115 kV switches now give us the capabilities to isolate sections of transmission for both protection and reliability. Our engineering department is always looking at more tie lines in between circuits and substations. Higher capacities to account for additional load. And what this ultimately does is give us the ability to pick up circuits off of other substations to keep members in power. Our partnerships with Western United and CREA mean that material and workforce will be readily available if we happen to experience catastrophic losses. And we have created an internal wildfire task force made up of all departments. Mountain Parks Electric, they were gracious enough to share some of their lessons learned from the East Troublesome fire. And what they discovered is that they had minimal processes in place for members who suffered damages or completely lost their homes. We don't want that to happen to us. We want to be ready to restore their power as safely and quickly as possible. And as I spoke to earlier, the 115 kV switches, I was extremely impressed with our engineering and operations departments on this project. They offer so many more capabilities for the system as a whole. And we were able to get them all done in that 2-week span. So it cost over $100,000 to rebuild a mile of single phase line due to the East Canyon fire. More mitigation and pole wraps possibly may have prevented some of the losses at a fraction of that cost. Fire prevention is not cheap, but the restoration costs are far higher, which is why we've added an additional $300,000 to our mitigation efforts this year. But one thing I'd like to point out is that our daily operations in terms of maintenance, raptor protections, pole replacements, reconductors, overhead to underground conversions, and our tree trimming, they can all be considered fire mitigation. So we work towards fire mitigation every single day. But the more we can do to prevent and protect, the less we'll have to do to restore. Comments, questions?
Well, thanks, Jerry. That was great. Are there any questions for Jerry? Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Jerry, great presentation. Thanks. Just a couple things. A tie line. What is a tie line?
So a tie line, it's where two substation circuits out of substations can come together. We have some substations out there where if that substation were to go down, we couldn't pick it up off of another substation. And so those members would just be completely out of power.
So it's a redundancy in the
correct.
System. Yeah, okay, great. And you said it was $100,000 to rebuild 1 mile of line, huh? Okay, all right. And then just a note, the Roundup Board contributed $3,000 to the Wildfire Partnership last month. So throwing in some money there. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
I've got one question, but first Dale from the audience put a question into the chat. Jerry, he's wondering, is there a reason you don't replace the burn lines with underground lines for long-term reliability in those critical areas?
So studies have been done for on wildfires, and the chances of it occurring again, sadly, are extremely low. And just the cost difference. The cost and the time it would take I mean, you're looking at possibly 10 times more. That line that got burned down due to the East Canyon fire is almost impossible to put underground in because of the terrain.
Okay, Rachel, did you have a question too?
Yeah, I guess two questions. One is just if a catastrophic, how does insurance come into play? I just remember reading about the figures that both the Colorado fires and the California fires, Oregon fires, cost to the utility. And so, you know, if we were to experience something like that, are we covered? And then the second is more just a, you know, you have an additional 300,000, as you said, in your budget this year, knowing where we're at with drought and things. Like, do you have enough resources? If you had more resources, are there things you could do that you think would better protect our system that you could do in the near future?
We're trying to tackle every option and possibility that we can right now. Like I said, our daily operations are really helping to prevent fires with our pole replacements and raptor protections. I think those are huge. And then the smart devices that I spoke to earlier, Holy Cross, their entire mitigation plan is based around these smart devices. They spent an absolute fortune going out and running fiber optics and putting these smart devices in over many years. And so they base high risk days on what they set these devices to. That is one of our main goals, is to get our protection devices up to that capability. Right now, we have upped our efforts. We have a very good system. And when it comes to outages and the worry of it, most of it is like the truck that started the fire caught the lines on Monday. Some of it is gonna be unpreventable because it is just so dry. And it was in an open field, an irrigated field. And the lines went down, our protection devices operated like they're supposed to, but it was enough, and it's so dry that it did start a fire in an irrigated field. There's no way we can clear out every bit of grass. So we're doing everything that we can in that prevention side of things.
Regarding insurance question part of that, would that be something, Jessica, you would be able to address, or somebody else?
I can address that, Jessica, if you wish.
Go ahead, Carl.
So the current insurance that we have does not cover poles. So any poles that are burnt down have to be replaced at our expense. And we have the same insurance carrier as, I believe, 95% of the electric co-ops in the United States. We are looking at alternatives because that is obviously not an overly desirable situation.
Is poles the only exclusion that you're aware of? It would cover all the other stuff?
The vast majority, yes. I believe there are some individual exceptions, but off the top of my head, I don't know what they are.
Okay. Rachel, did that kind of hit it on the insurance?
It did, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, follow up to that. What about liability insurance, Carl?
In what sense?
If we started the fire, is that what you mean, Kirsten?
Yeah, if the fire's a tree goes over under our lines, even though we've done mitigation, somehow a fire starts, we may be held, somebody might try to hold us responsible for that. What kind of liability insurance do we carry?
I would have to get back to you on that point because I'm not sure we would be liable, but I'll have to dig into that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's come up before. It probably is something to get a little more information for. And particularly in this dry period, I suspect there could be something discussed every month. Holly, go ahead.
I'm sure I've talked about this before, but just to reiterate, thank you, Jerry, for that presentation on our wildfire protection measures. You know, I was a volunteer firefighter during the Missionary Ridge season, and that it was terrifying, quite honestly. And at the state level, they were trying to institute a law to help with the liability issue for cooperatives should they be in a position where some of their equipment did start fire. And, you know, based off of watching what has happened to PG&E out in California, it was going to have the cooperatives each define a fire mitigation plan and how to remove vegetation. And as long as they were going to act, as long as they were acting on their submitted plan, they would have some liability protections. However, the insurance company and trial lawyers had so much pushback on that legislation that it has been postponed indefinitely at this point. So I think that's very much a consideration that we have to keep somewhere in our minds. It does look like there's going to be some assistance in the federal forests. The United States Forest Service are trying to put together a similar plan to that, you know, to help with some liability issues with cooperatives. But I have not seen anything formal or final on that yet.
Thank you. John Lee, go ahead.
Jerry, what the fire that happened out on County Road 130 last Friday, what classification is that type of fire?
So what happened was we had porcelain lightning arrestor fail on a bright sunny day. And that's part of our Raptor protection program, is to remove all porcelain material off of the poles with cutouts and arresters. We still have a few out there. And what happened was when they fail, a lot of times it's catastrophic and they blow parts and pieces everywhere. Same thing happened there. Hot piece of porcelain hit the ground and started a grass fire. As for the classification, I guess I don't really know what you mean.
Well, it was a equipment failure or Raptor related or transformer.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's what I was. Because the conditions are quite dry and we're not going to be able to prevent all of those, but you know, equipment will fail eventually. And you know, these conditions probably exacerbate it is what it does. So I was just following up on that since you were talking about the truck fire as well. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, there was some discussion and question about future liability, and Holly had a lot to say about some legislation stuff. And my general thought was perhaps to consider adding that to an agenda for a future board meeting, because that's something I think the board's got to stay abreast of and understand what's going on with that as far as our risk mitigation. So I'd ask you to make a note of that. Thanks. Is there anything else for Jerry regarding fire mitigation? Okay. Thank you. That was interesting. Great presentation. Let's move on to the board action agenda and the committee reports. The first one would be the broadband committee update. I show that as being on page 71. Kirsten, would you address that?
Yes, sir. Let me catch up to page 71 here.
And pick up the phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we had a broadband meeting actually earlier in the month, so I had no excuse for getting my report in late to you guys. The We had 3 presentations, and all were very good, and I will entertain any questions about that or anything else about broadband.
Okay, Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Not on your report per se, Kirsten, but to the point that others have, and I've raised earlier about the competing technologies that are out there. I don't know if you're aware, and I think it may be relevant to where this all goes in the future, that the Starlink is available now. And I got my dish the other day and hooked it up, and I get 180 down and 30 up, that kind of speeds. And I'm just playing around with it on my deck. And I know probably 10 or 15 people in my nearest neighbor is a mile away, but in this whole area of the Upper Piedra, North Pagosa, adoption seems like it's happening really fast. Now I know there's some cost barriers there. It costs $500 on the front end, and then it's $99 a month. So there's some cost barriers there. But if I think about the cost to string fiber everywhere, I don't think we're, I don't know that money can be shifted around. I'm not sure that's possible, but I'm not sure that's any less dollars. And to be able to deploy, and it's still in beta stage, to be able to deploy that out there, it's happening now in our area, and I think it's going to go really fast. That already competes against any broadband being strung out where I live is still probably years away. So I just offer that to not, it's not a theory anymore. It's happening right now. My neighbors are signing up for it, all that. So that ought to be factored into the recommendations that the committee makes. So just food for thought.
Bob, are you on that link now?
Yeah.
That explains why you're not jumping all over so much, I guess, and cutting out as often. That's interesting. Kirsten, go ahead.
I was just thanking Bob. Rachel?
Yeah, I apologize, I couldn't find this in my notes from last time, but I was just noting Kelly came in and gave a presentation on Fast Track and how they're going to the LPEA subdivision. What's the protocol, whether it's LPEA or Fast Track, they might be different, but when new lines being laid, that's pretty specific and limited. Do you reach out to the folks surrounding you all to see if anybody wants to extend that since we've already got all the equipment up?
I'm not prepared to answer that question. And I don't know if Tim from a Fast Track viewpoint or Jessica from the LPEA viewpoint could answer that, please.
I'm not sure the nature of your question either, Rachel. What do you mean by extending, or I'm not quite sure what you're talking.
My understanding in reading the report is the LPEA subdivision.
Yeah.
What's that?
The LPEA HOA, it's a homeowners association.
Yeah, they're paying to put the infrastructure in. So all the equipment's going to be up there. And so do you reach out to neighboring entities to see if anyone else kind of just wants to glom onto the project and extend their own lines?
So so you're asking, I think that's a question you're asking about Fast Track, because LPEA is not involved in that.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So in the case, my understanding is that in the case of Fast Track, they were approached by this HOA, and they have they are able to accommodate this request because that HOA is paying for the trenching that would be necessary to be able to put that in. Otherwise, that cost would have to be wrapped into the overall cost of providing that service, which would, at this point, probably make it uncompetitive. So one of the reasons that Fast Track was able to accommodate that request was that recently, within the last year, they were able to bring a fiber line to the Manna Soup Kitchen. It took a lot of work working it through the city regulations. And so this line to a business essentially is in fact now available to extend to this HOA. So in that sense, I think it answers your question. They're glomming on to the line that's already there that had been installed about a year ago. Beyond that HOA and that subdivision, I believe you get into City Park. I don't believe there is another subdivision that would find it close enough to be equally attractive cost-wise. I could be wrong a little bit on that, you know, but I believe that's the area that we're talking about. In the case of other opportunities to glom on to existing infrastructure, that is definitely something that Fast Track looks at all the time. There is, for example, a request that was made by Hillcrest Golf Course to get fiber, and the initial indication was it would be very expensive for that construction by Fast Track to bring it there. And then they learned that there was a line for another cell company provider that they were able to, are potentially able to utilize through a lease to bring that to Hillcrest and thus make it affordable for them, right? So this kind of thing is always being evaluated by Fast Track to find opportunities to bring better, faster broadband, utilizing as much as possible existing infrastructure. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then some. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question.
Kirsten, go ahead.
So, yeah, thanks for the question, Rachel. Anybody else? Questions? All right, I do want to point out that Magellan Advisors did present their plan on the feasibility study, and they are currently moving on with that. So we're good to go. We're still looking at our recommendation to the board in August. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm still here.
Okay. Okay, the next committee report is the Finance and Audit Committee. That report is on page 73. So Tim, if you would take it away.
Right, the board packet contains that report, that write-up. There is one recommendation that came out of that meeting to the board. And before, I mean, I think it's best if we utilize the proposed tri-state rate reduction settlement presentation that Carl is going to provide to us to get to that recommendation that the board made, or excuse me, that the committee made to the board. So at this point, if anyone has questions on the report, happy to answer it. If it has to do with the tri-state rate reduction, then hold that question until Carl's finished his presentation. Are you ready, Carl, for that? Well, does anybody have any questions, I guess, first, and then go to Carl?
I'm not seeing any, so I think that's a good strategy. We'll jump to the report and then we'll entertain questions related to the recommendation. The report is on page 81 of the packet. And let's go ahead. I'm not sure who's going to give that. Was that going to be Dan or Carl?
That's me.
Go ahead, Carl.
So hopefully you should see the beginning of our presentation on the tri-state rate settlement.
I do.
Excellent. So what are the terms of this proposed settlement? That's a 2% reduction in Tri-State's wholesale energy rate, retroactive to March 1st of this year, with an additional 2% reduction March the 1st next year. And there will be a moratorium on any rate increases until May 31st, 2023, at which point Tri-State will file a new proposed rate tariff to FERC, which could very well include a rate increase. So what does that mean in terms of dollars and cents? You can see what we're paying now in energy and demand charges, and you can see how those taper down as these 2% reductions are applied. See, 4.2 cents to 4.0 cents doesn't look like a whole bunch of money, but we buy quite a lot of these kilowatt hours, as we know. So what does that look like in terms of its financial impact to LPEA?
Carl, real quick on the past slide, since it comes up quite a bit, can you give an estimate in our total bill of how much the demand charges make up our bill versus the energy charge?
Dan, what would you speculate on that?
Yeah, it's 65% energy, 45% demand.
That's 110.
Yeah,
55.
55. I mean,
good catch there, Tim. 55-45 is what I meant.
Good, because I was going to say 60-40, but Dan, I know Dan's got a better take on that. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So what does that look like and its financial impact to LPEA? So we forecasted our purchase power expense for 2021 is $69 million or thereabouts. 2% reduction effective March the 1st would save us $1.15 million. So we have forecasted revenues of 108 million, 1.15 million. That represents just over 1% of our revenue. So 2% of purchase power for 10 months equals 1.06% of annual revenue in terms of real dollars and cents. So the question is, how do we use these savings and best benefit our members with them, our member owners? So we thought we had three options. We could lower the rates by 1% using the math that we just looked at. We could put money back into the pockets of members right away through a special capital credit retirement, or we could take the cost savings and reinvest them into reliability and fire prevention work. Very topical with what Jerry just so splendidly presented. So let's look at option one. And that 1% reduction, what would that actually mean for the average monthly residential bill? That would be a reduction of about $1.25 per month. So by the time we had implemented that, with it being only 10, 11 days left in May, June 1st, I don't think would be realistic. July the 1st would probably be the active date to get this done. That would mean an average saving of $7.50 in 2021 for an average residential member. We could do this rate reduction, looking at the financial goals of LPEA as a whole, and we would meet our goals for the next 3 years, even if we reduced our income essentially by 1%, as long as nothing else changed in terms of, what our business conditions, and no other material change in our forecast for those 3 years there'd be no problems. However, and when we get to 2024, we do know that other costs, supplies, materials, the costs we pay our advisors, consultants, obviously wages, they would go up over the next 2 or 3 years. We see at the moment inflation is higher than it's been for a very long time. There are, the conflicting reports on how long that's going to last, but I think reliably we can assume it's not going to finish overnight. And we estimate that those other costs, So we're not looking at power and we're not looking at our revenue, will increase between 1% and 3%, maybe more over the next few years. So going out to 2025, we would actually get to a point with a 1% reduction where we get very close to our covenant that we have with CFC on our modified debt service coverage. My current 5-year model shows that in 2025, all things being equal and a 1% reduction in revenues, we get to a MDSC of 1.36 in 2025. It needs to be 1.35, and that is a little close for comfort. We will have the option to use the rate stabilization fund that was initially established in 2019 and is growing to $4 million by the end of 2021 to pull from that fund to make up any shortfall. So we would not trip that covenant, but that would be the financial implication of that 1% raise going over the next 4 years. And we do, as we touched on at the beginning in the dashboard, we have engaged a cost of service study analyst. The firm EES will be doing our cost of service study this summer, and we'll come up with, some really good data points that we could use for a rate adjustment. And we think it would be somewhat premature to do that when we have this cost of service study actually starting next week. So continuing with option 1, this is just some extracts from the 5-year forecast and some of the assumption. Well, what the model shows is we have gross margins, operating revenue less cost of power, you can see is essentially flat through these 5 years. I mean, there is some increase from increased load. We're using the load forecast provided by Tri-State to get these numbers at the moment. And from that analysis, these are some of the key financial indicators, the finance goals that the board set. And where you get into orange territory in 24 and 25, that's where we're not meeting those goals. Obviously, if we don't meet the goal, the only one that actually has teeth, as it were, is the MDSC. And although I've highlighted that orange, technically 1.36 is above 1.35, but it's a little close for comfort. So option 2 is money into the members' pockets now, and that would be done in the form of a special capital credit retirement that would happen in June and would actually get to members. Really depends on what bill cycle they're on. For most members, they would see a bill credit in June. For some, it would be early July. Just depends on their cycle. But we calculate that a $1.5 million capital credit retirement would give the average residential member just over $18 on their bill as a one-time credit in 2021, which compares with $7.50, which we see they would get in 2021 from the 1% rate reduction.
Carl,
yes,
that math works out, because if we do a $1.5 million retirement, the commercial would take their chunk of it and industrial would take their chunk of it. And then the remainder you're dividing to get that $18.43.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using the numbers from 2020 Form 7 in terms of who'd get what.
Okay, thank you.
So this option would also allow us to complete the cost of service study, as we've just touched on. We might we would also be able to evaluate what power supply savings might be available over the next few years from the RFP process. And if our cost of service study shows that a rate change is needed, then we would obviously, subject to board approval, go ahead with that. But we would say, in terms of just pure practicality and the ease of members' understanding, I would prefer to do one rate change a year rather than two. I know that the staff wouldn't, and I just think it would make more sense from a logistic point of view. Also gives us more time to understand what this new inflationary environment is going to do to some of our costs. We have seen materials and supplies go up, with a lot of that being put down to supply chain pressures as a result of the pandemic. But obviously that's not gone away, but it has subsided to a large degree, and we're not seeing nothing's going down. I can assure you of that in terms of costs for the things we're buying. We can also gives us the opportunity to reiterate the point. We can look at what a rate change would do after a detailed third party review. An independent party would be looking at that to say, give us recommendations, ideas, what rates would be applicable to our various classes of member. So our third option is to use those savings to increase our fire prevention and grid reliability budget for this year. These are some of the items that Dan and Jerry and Garrett have pointed out that we could be using this money towards. Obviously tree trimming, the aerial and drone inspections, pole replacements, pole wraps, underground installations. That's one of the questions we had earlier. FLISA, I think I'm saying that correctly, fault location, isolation and service restoration, which I won't pretend I fully understand, but I believe it's isn't that where you have what's the word, Dan? Rescue me here.
It's a basically automatic restoration. If you've got smart OCRs at various places in the line, it'll automatically detect the fault and restore power, keeping people in service.
Thank you. And we got transmission switches. Jerry was talking about those earlier. Tie lines. I know Joe had a question on that. One thing to point out is Jerry mentioned the $300,000 that was added to the budget solely for fire prevention. That's not all we've got budgeted for that. We have in our capital work plan for 2021, we have in excess of $1.5 million set aside for fire prevention in terms of tree trimming, aerial inspections, all of these items that we just mentioned. So we tried to put these ideas in the context of the board's strategic priorities that I know you guys looked at the retreat, and we identified 4 key areas to look at in terms of reliability, affordability, carbon reduction, and long-term stability. Can start with the easy one. Whichever one we do doesn't really make any difference in terms of carbon reduction. In terms of reliability, obviously, if we invest in fire mitigation and reliability, there is a positive impact towards that key metric, key goal rather. But I would point out that, as we just mentioned, we do have a sizable budget for 2021 already pointing in that direction. In terms of affordable rates and getting money into the members' hands, we have, the first option, just looking at 2021, is $7.50 for an average residential member, whereas we have $18 with the second option. So where some of this stuff is, we've got some more commentary is on the long-term stability. A 1% rate reduction now before cost of service study, we deem to be risky. We may well have to raise rates after 2023, as if anticipated, Tri-State raises their rates after the moratorium is over, or we lose load, particularly commercial industrial load. We've already touched on how the financial goals may not be reached in 2024 and 2025 with this rate reduction. The second option of the capital credit retirement, there is less risk because there isn't this long-term commitment to a rate that may have to be adjusted in a few years, and also gives us the time to conduct the cost of service study and have third-party expert give us some guidance on our rate structure. So the recommendation of the Finance and Audit Committee was that option 2, the special LIFO capital credit retirement for $1.5 million to get cash to the members as quickly as possible. Our forecast shows we can do this without borrowing money or failing to meet our financial goals. We believe it's fiscally responsible to conduct the cost of service study and understand the response to our partial requirements RFP before making an adjustment to rates, so we can understand future power costs and just have all of the facts at our fingertips. And as we've mentioned, you know, the cost of service study is kicking off next week, and one rate change better for staff and for members than to do multiple in 1 year. So we recommended option 2, the Finance and Audit Committee agreed, and that would be that $1.5 million special capital credit retirement that would go to the allocations for 2020. So the vast majority of people who would receive a bill credit or a check are still members now.
Okay, Carl, we've got a few questions. So I'll jump in with the first hand I saw up, and that was Sue McWilliams. So Sue, go ahead.
Thank you. You briefly just touched on it a minute ago, Carl, as to why the staff wanted to do LIFO instead of FIFO or a combination thereof. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, that was, as I said, to get money to the current membership. So it's the closest resembling a current rate reduction, because obviously if we reduced rates, that would be beneficial to current members and not former members. So that was the main logic. When we come to do our retirement on the normal schedule in the fall, we would be looking at the more traditional FIFO or blended approaches.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Graham Smith, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. I just, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief point of order on this. I've noticed that there's quite a few questions coming in from attendees, and just need to keep us on track with our Board of Directors Policy 126 that limits public questions and comments to the beginning of the meeting. That's I'd just like to make an announcement that that's why we can't take those directly at this point. We just need to sort of stay in compliance with our parliamentary procedure.
All right, appreciate that and agree with it. Okay. I've got Kohler, go ahead.
So I have a few questions, and the first one is on the option 1 of actually putting in a rate decrease. If I understand that correctly, that would be a change to a tariff, and that would also require a 30-day notice. And so I don't think it could be done in June. Is that a correct thought on that?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
Okay. And then also, and it was mentioned more today than it was in the Finance and Audit Committee, but you talked about inflation, and inflation is definitely at the top of my list as far as concerns. I see what we did last month with increasing that contract quite a bit, almost double. Western United has said some of their products have gone up 78% since the first of the year. And so I have a real concern on the inflation. I think we need to keep a close eye on that. Also, the fire prevention. So the question I have is the rate stabilization fund that we have, in a way, indirectly, can we not use that to kind of absorb some of the inflation and or fire prevention if we get into a bigger jam this summer?
If there was a jam, it's definitely an option, yes.
Okay, so with everything said so far, I'm in favor of option 2, and I don't know if you're looking for a motion or not, but I'm willing to make it.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. The resolution to look for here is on page 93, resolution 2021-09, because if somebody's not in agreement with this, they certainly can make a motion to amend the resolution, and then we could bring these things to a vote and get through them if we're not in agreement. So this would be a good way to start, Kohler. So if you'd like to make that a motion, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I do make the motion that we approve resolution 2021-09.
All right, is there a second for
I'll
that?
second that.
I got John Winchell
Huntington
seconding.
seconds.
John Winchell's got a second for that. Now we're going into discussion, which could include motions to modify it if people are in disagreement with this. Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve resolution 2021-09? Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll support this, but I do just want to throw out a caution that, you know, we are in some pretty perilous territory with the drought, and I would have preferred to put that money towards operations and protection for fire prevention. You know, $18 is not going to make a hell of a lot of difference for I would say 99.9% of our members. Again, I'll support it, but I think maybe in this point we're being a little, you know, penny wise and pound foolish. The other thing that bothers me about this a bit is that it seems to be a little politically driven. You know, we hear these comments from people, oh, we've got all these people out complaining about, you know, what LPEA is doing, but we never hear, you know, I suspect that's 5 people and not 500 people. So again, just I think it would be, the money would be better spent going to the company rather than, you know, $18 for, you know, for me, so I can, you know, buy a 12-pack. So thanks.
Joe, if you buy that 12-pack, don't start a fire. That shouldn't be humorous. I'm sorry about that. Rachel, go ahead.
I think that just to piggyback off that, Jerry, this was kind of why I asked that question to you during your presentation. Do you have the resources you need based on your assessment of kind of where we're at and kind of your team's capacity? Or would an extra 1.5 million or some portion of it really help out?
I mean, always, I don't really know. This might be more of a Carl question. I don't know how much of the mitigation line that we've used thus far. But we're also looking, I'm waiting for the pole wraps. I know that the USDA is offering to give us some, you know. So that would probably be more of a Carl question.
Yeah, I think, you know, the obvious answer is we could always use more money, especially for something like that. Do I think we have an adequate budget for 2021? Yes, I do, with what we've already put aside. Not a whole bunch has been spent, although that's ramping up now. Jerry Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong, but when the snow's on the ground, there's not a whole bunch that we get going in these areas. But obviously that's long gone now. Things are drying up. and the money's being spent on, you know, maintenance and upkeep to make sure that doesn't happen. And as we saw in our financials for April, you know, we were pretty much on budget. We're not seeing that, you know, big shortfall as we had been. So I would be foolish to say we couldn't spend more on fire mitigation. We could spend billions on it, you know, and you could justify that. But I think we have to make a choice. And I think I would make the choice that we commit the funds to fire mitigation if I thought our budget was inadequate for 2021. I do not think our budget is inadequate.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. That was a great presentation. This is a good discussion, especially around the reliability. I just want to make one point, because the public isn't seeing this resolution, that it is this, if we pass this, the special retirement of capital credits would be approved condition upon FERC approval of the proposed settlement, which has not yet occurred. And I think that's an important point. We are lining ourselves up to take action based upon the assumption that we will get that proposed settlement approved. If it did not, we would not make this this capital credit retirement. Thanks.
Good clarification. John Lee, go ahead.
I think this is a slippery slope that LPEA is saying we've received a rate reduction, but we can't pass it on because you should discount rates to us, but we need to keep it. In fact, we've got some ideas to spend every bit of it. And, you know, if we're going to give money back and it be delayed a month or two for the cost of service, according to what was briefed, that's $1.25 delayed per month, I guess, that it would be, you know, given back and not be this knee-jerk reaction. But I think it's in poor fashion that we would say, we're receiving a rate reduction, but we can't pass it on. We need to spend it.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Thanks, Brett. John, I think it's exactly what we're doing is passing it on. We're directly passing on the $1.5 million that we'll save in 2021, passing it back to the members who paid, who are currently members. So I'm not sure where you're seeing that we're not putting it directly. It is not a rate reduction. It may be a rate reduction for the next years and for the future years, but doing a rate reduction and then undoing a rate reduction not only causes havoc at LPEA, it also causes havoc with our members. We have a hard enough time planning from month to month for a lot of folks. What I wanted to address was the fire mitigation. I think I heard that, yeah, we could spend it on stuff. We've got a lot already planned. I don't necessarily want to throw money at something that can't be used in a smart way. I can certainly foresee that some of this rate reduction may in the future be used to really bump up the fire mitigation budget for 2022 and beyond, but I'm not sure that throwing money when we don't have a plan on how to spend it wisely would be a good idea. So I'm speaking in favor of option 2, which is what's the resolution that's on the floor. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor to adopt this resolution? At this time, I'm looking for a vote on this motion. All those who are in favor of this motion 2021-09 for a special retirement of capital credits of $1.5 million, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those who oppose this resolution, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Okay, we have one opposed. Any who would like to abstain from this? Okay, so for the record, then we have the vote is 11-1 in favor of this resolution. So the resolution does pass. Okay, we will now move on in the agenda to something also related to the Finance and Audit Committee. Is there anything else related to the Finance and Audit Committee, Tim, or are there any other questions?
I mean, I think the report stands for itself. So if there are questions, be happy to entertain any.
And of course, if somebody comes up with a question, feel free to email them as well.
Right.
Okay. I'm not seeing any this time. So the next item is the board retreat update. That's on page 94. That was the thing that was added last to our packet. And I will look to Rachel to address any high points on that. Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, just keeping folks in the loop. So following up on our whole board convening, our group met up also with Jessica and Britt just to debrief and kind of map out next steps. We met, with Tabor and Jonathan from CDA Associates. And we're still actually working through that. I think there was some really robust conversation about what next steps would be and what they look like. But one thing I can say for certain is we're starting to kind of wrap our brains around a plan. Let me pull it up for you if I can. But just around a plan that addresses kind of 4 major areas. And this is just coming from the feedback that we got from that retreat. And so board culture, new member orientation, power supply decision support, and some things on meeting effectiveness. So it's nothing like too shiny or groundbreaking, but basically I'm really excited to try to get some in-person informal gatherings going. Tabor and Jonathan will be bringing back the Code of Excellence for us to review and work through. And then of course, having our own self-evaluation for board culture. A new member orientation, I'd propose that we will have some new board members joining us in this next election, at least one. And so I'm proposing, and I know John's on board with this, but we'd love to have kind of a first meeting gathering after our next meeting, especially if it is in person. I was advised not to disclose the location on our public meeting, but just it would be a get together just to meet and greet and everyone get to know each other. One other piece with the new member orientation, Nadine and her team do an incredible job with orienting board members to the general role, but it was just pointed out that given that the power supply conversation is robust and we have a decision point coming soon, it would be really good to have a separate orientation focus specifically on bringing folks up to speed on that. In terms of power supply and where we're headed with that, yeah, obviously this is a much more technical side of things, but we use this retreat to draw out where some of the questions still lay. And so a couple things here. I went on a walk with Kohler the other day and we were just bantering about ideas. And one of the things that came forward was just, hey, let's have some casual coffee talks where people can bat around ideas around power supply and questions and help inform each other. There's more to come on that. Tabor and Jonathan, after the election, are going to gather us all together just to bring back the Code of Excellence and the matrix or sections of the matrix that we worked through, just to kind of chat through that and close the loop on that particular piece of our work. And I do want to stress there's like pre-election, post-election, and they just felt it was really important that new board member or members be brought along and that there's deep engagement in this process. So we're holding off until July for that. And then just on the meeting effectiveness front, you got kind of the snapshot where Tabor and Jonathan captured our notes from our retreat. And the thought was that we'll meet up with, we'll have a new president because Britt's handing over the baton. And so we'll just meet up with the new president to strategize and figure out how to incorporate those. So that's what we've got. Any
Okay,
additions from the other
Kirsten.
members?
Kirsten, question, and then we'll ask for anybody else who has comments or to fill in further. Go ahead.
Rachel, I appreciate the suggestion about meeting after board meetings, especially once we go live. I do have my SCA Hazy IPA ready to roll. If somebody wants to meet after today's, we could do it virtually.
Love it.
Okay. Further comment on the retreat, results from it, and possible steps going ahead that Rachel has laid out. Okay, well, good job, Rachel. It looks like you've covered things to everybody's satisfaction. So we'll move on to the next board agenda item. And that is a consent to reschedule a fast track annual meeting. I did not see anything specific in the board packet regarding this. So Graham, as far as you know, would a simple motion do? Graham, go ahead.
I've verified with Fast Track that they'd be satisfied with the minutes that reflect a board vote on this. Just to provide the little context to this, Fast Track's bylaws set their annual meeting at a specific date and time. They've reached out to, but it also, the bylaws also allow for that to be rescheduled upon consent of the shareholders. As everyone here knows, LPEA is one of the 2 shareholders of Fast Track, so they just need a meeting vote to reflect that we're okay with them rescheduling their annual meeting.
Do we need to put any date stuff about that, or is it just simple as we're giving them permission to reschedule?
I think it's just as simple as we're giving them permission to reschedule. I don't know if, Tim, you have any sort of additional input that from what you've heard from Fast Track.
Fast Track has not set a meeting date yet at this point, so we can't offer that. I will make a motion that we, as a board, we provide our consent to Fast Track's annual meeting rescheduling to be determined sometime later this year.
Okay, a motion is on the table to provide consent so that Fast Track can reschedule their annual meeting. Is there a second for that?
Kirsten will second.
Kirsten will second. Is there any further discussion of this motion? All those in favor of this motion, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed,
Aye.
please unmute and let me know. And any who wish to abstain. All right, that motion to allow Fast Track to reschedule our annual meeting has passed unanimously. Let the record show. Okay, we will move on to the next item on the board agenda is the resolution 2021-08. I show that on page 96. And this is a resolution just to take care of business we've kind of already agreed upon. Carl, would you say anything more about this, please?
Yeah, you're quite right, Britt. This is really an administrative point as we have finalized all of our 2020 financials, the audited statements, the Form 7 and the IRS Form 990. We are now in a position where we allocate the margins from 2020 to the members using the methodology that is in our policies. And this is just to authorize us to begin that process. This is where we take 2020's margins and allocate them to each member depending on their usage in 2020.
So it's not spending money now, it's promised to pay them back in the future. Is that
correct?
Way of saying it? Okay. A couple of questions on this, or perhaps we'll get a motion. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Carl. Not that I'm necessarily advocating one way or another here, but at I think it was a Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we discussed the idea of not allocating the tri-state capital credits to the members, similar to somewhat what some other co-ops in Colorado practice and have for years. So if we pass this motion, I assume that's off the table as a discussion item until next year. Is that accurate, correct? Or
that would be correct.
so that's not something that you want us to discuss further in this year?
No.
All right, thanks.
All right, Kirsten, go ahead.
Well, I want to discuss it. So two things. First of all, not wanting to go back right now to the finance stuff early. I'm just going to be lazy and ask Carl, of the non-operating margins of 5 million, only 1.2 was the allocations from Tri-State. I'm not used to seeing there being such a small percentage of our non-operating margins.
Yep, that is correct. They allocated a lot less than they have in prior years. Their financial results were not as strong in 2020 as they had been in some previous years. 2021 will probably look very similar, if not worse. Our non-operating margin was also inflated by the 1.9 million PPP money.
Okay, super. So that's great. I appreciate you reminding me about that PPP. That's what I was missing. So we have discussed, and I know, I don't know if it's the majority of co-ops in the Tri-State family who do hold on to their Tri-State allocations and don't put those back into the capital credits. So I would actually like to see this discussed more or move that. I guess I'm going to ask for an amendment to my own, except for I seconded it. So I don't know if I can make an amendment to because I seconded this, but I'm going to give it a shot, and that is changing the resolution to be.
Has anybody made a motion to pass this resolution at this time? I don't recall one.
You're right. I'm thinking about 2021-09. We're doing these out of order. I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. So I would like to see us hold on to the Tri-State generation and transmission allocations and put those into our rate stabilization fund. And I would like a discussion on that, please, from folks.
And one thing related is I know we discussed that a lot of other co-ops don't separate these things out into two buckets. They just put them all in one pile and you're just allocating money to the members. And you're not saying, well, this part came from our own, this part came from whatever other it is. That was part of the discussion too. But let's go on. There's a couple other hands up. And of course, we would still potentially be looking for a motion and then possibly amendments on this. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yeah, that was my question. This is the total, and what's the current policy breakdown, FIFO, LIFO?
Well, this is the money being allocated. It's not the money coming back out. So once it comes time to giving the money back out, we would discuss LIFO and FIFO. But this case, it's just being put in. And it will be put into the year 2020. Is that correct, Carl?
That is correct.
Does that make sense to you, Dan?
Yes, I'll move to approve resolution 2021-08.
All right, we have a motion to approve this resolution to allocate the operating margins as specified. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Sue. Is there further discussion on this resolution? Sue, go ahead.
Well, and that was my point. I think it is really important. I know that there are a few other co-ops who are keeping the Tri-State allocation, but I think that that money does need to go back to our membership. And so I like the resolution as it speaks right now. That's why I seconded it.
Okay. Tim, go ahead.
First, a point of clarification. I thought Kirsten did make a motion, and I'm not sure, maybe she should clarify that. I thought she made a motion before Dan, and we were waiting for a second. So that needs to be clarified. And then I have a comment on the current motion.
Yeah, Kirsten, if you made a motion, I missed it.
I was trying to make an amendment to a motion that hadn't been made yet, Tim. So I'm about to make an amendment to this motion.
Okay, I'll wait on my comment then, thanks.
All right, and
Brett,
Kirsten, oops, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a point as to why that was not even considered for this allocation. I'm actually only aware of one co-op that is not allocating tri-state capital credits. It's not a widespread policy, and our advice from the experts on this is they don't know if it's even legal. So I would really caution against not allocating those funds at this point.
Kirsten, go ahead.
So this may be me again getting confused on my allocations for payouts, because I do know that there are...
Kirsten, could you pick up the handset?
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
So this is my confusion again then between allocations and payouts, paying capital credits, because I do know that there are several cooperatives who really depend upon that cash payout that they get from Tri-State to run their operations, and they do not pass on the payout to their members. But this, we're talking about allocation, and my apologies for maybe making a mountain out of a molehill on this one. But there are several co-ops that are in Tri-State who hold on to that money, that cash that they get from Tri-State, and in many ways, that's the only way they're able to stay afloat.
And recall,
so I'm not going to make an amendment recommendation on this one. Thank you.
Okay, and just further clarification, the allocation from Tri-State is based on Tri-State's margins, their profits in that year that they wish to give out. In a sense, you might consider that a discount on their wholesale rate. The fact that we hold it and set it aside. I was always thought that it was a choice and not anything legal, but it's something for the board to perhaps look into in the future. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
If we pay it out now, that helps us lower what we owe our members, goes into the liability statement and increases the equity to the members. So I just soon see it paid out now as hold on to it.
Allocated now. This is being allocated. And this was money that we've already received from Tri-State that we're promising to pay out in the future. Is that correct? When did we receive this money, Carl?
We have not received any of this money. This is pure allocation.
How does that work if we don't receive it? Now we have to receive a patronage from them.
Right. So we're getting I believe we're getting our allocations and our retirements confused. So what they did is they had...
Oh, I got you, Carl. They didn't pay us, they allocated to us.
Yeah.
And they're promising to pay us in the future.
Exactly right. What we put in our 2020 results, is exactly what Britt said. It's the amount they've promised us that they'll retire at some point in the future. What they retire, it depends on what methodology they've used, but it's going to be 15, 20 years old.
They have pretty much always done FIFO so far as I recall, so that this money we're allocating, we would receive from Tri-State in approximately 20 years.
Probably a bit less than that. They're kind of contracting that up a little bit.
However, we know their total amount that they owe the members has been going up every year, as is our part. So, okay, any further discussion of this? Are we finally clear on this? These are just allocations, promises for the future, and how we deal with these allocations.
Yeah, I thank Graham for telling me what the policy number was, because I couldn't remember off the top of my head. 205, which governs capital credit allocations, clearly states non-operating margins will be allocated. So if we don't, then if we were to take the stance that we don't allocate a certain amount of our non-operating margin, we would have to change our policy first.
And I agree with that. The only part I would say is we can allocate it, but we don't have to tag it as where the money comes from. Some of this money in our non-operating margin comes from NISC, and some comes from—
That's correct.
The very small amounts. We don't tag that. However, in the past, we've chosen to tag the amount that comes from Tri-State. There's no need to tag it. It's simply a dollar amount that's being passed through. It's our, anyhow, I don't need to go on that.
We tag it purely because we allocate it to the members slightly differently.
Yeah, it's been historically done that way. So that's the way it's been. Okay, Holly, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm still a little bit confused on the paragraph 3, I guess would be, had an operating margin of 2,872,403 and non-operating margins of 4,969,700. So my question is what is the total figure we'd be allocating?
The sum of those two.
So nearly 8?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right, at this time, we're looking to pass resolution, the motion to resolution 2021-08 on allocating these margins. All those in favor of this allocation and this motion, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed, please unmute and let me know. Any abstentions? Okay, after that vigorous discussion, that did pass unanimously. So that allocation will take place. The next thing, resolution 20, we got that one done. We're moving right along. Good. We're going to take a break at 12:30. We possibly can finish this before then, which will put us good on schedule. The director travel and training requests. As we requested in the previous meeting, staff has put some NRECA and CREA training opportunities into our board packet. They're on page 97 to help you decide if you wish to ask permission for these, or of course, there can be other opportunities you choose. And soon here, we might actually get some directors requesting travel to some events or another. So at this time, do any directors have any training or travel requests that they would like to get permission to take? Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's one of the basics that I still need that I don't have yet, and I don't know if it's one of these. Well, so I would like permission to fill out my 5th training course, basic training course. I don't know if it's going to be June or July.
Or you don't know what the course is either.
Well, that's it. I have to look it up at NRECA to see which one it is.
Okay, is it one of the ones that's listed on page 96, 7, or 8? Or have you looked yet? Take a quick glance and we'll go ahead, go on.
It's one of those, so.
Okay, see if you can figure out which one it is to be more specific, and we'll come back to you. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious. I was looking, well, first, thanks, Janelle, for putting all this together. I was looking at the CREA education calendar. Can we go to any of those? There's like the Principles of Leadership, part 1, 2, and 3. Is that something for us, or is that, I'm just looking at these other courses and wondering if they're for staff.
For instance, that one is held at Poudre Valley. So the question is, could our staff attend one of these courses held elsewhere? Does anybody answer that? Janelle?
I'll look it up.
Rachel, to your question, to the best of my knowledge, yes, you can go to that leadership. There, I mean, that came through the email, so I'll try to make sure and make it more easy for you guys to find those, but that particular course did come through the email. And just so everybody knows, if CREA is hosting these, there's no additional charge for the class. But if it's through NRECA, and I believe that all of these that are in their board packet are, if there is an additional charge, so it would go against our personal budgets.
And on that point, Britt, if you don't mind, just a reminder that Carl puts your monthly budget reports in the board packet so you can see where you're at on the line items.
And we're well underspent, of course, because of COVID now. So directors don't need to get profligate with their money, but if they're certainly welcome to take some courses and some travel. Rachel, did you have any more on that, or would you like permission to attend that if you're allowed to?
I don't think my schedule lets me. Thanks, though.
Okay. And I'll go on with John Lee before we get back to, okay, go ahead.
I would like to attend 2600 and 2620 in June.
All right, we've got John's requested to attend 2 NRESA courses in June. Thank you. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
I haven't had a chance to go through and look at these. If there's something when I go through this later this week and look through it, is there a way that I can get permission if I find 1 or 2 that I want to attend? Can I do that through email?
If it's a June course, you should probably ask now, at least tentatively. If it's a July course, you would be able to do it next month. So there's really only a few.
Okay, thanks.
And you can ask tentative permission. This is kind of allowing you to do this if it works for you. All right, Holly, go ahead.
Great, thank you. There's a July course 905, Assessing Governance. I would respectfully request attendance at that one, please, sir.
All right, we've got a request for Holly for a course.
I would also recommend that 971 that's happening in the end of July. It was a really good course.
Okay. Rachel. No.
Nope, that's an accident, sorry.
And Kirsten, did you figure that one out? I'm back to you now.
No, I just tried logging into NRECA and my authentication isn't working, so I can't tell you what I need. Thanks.
Okay, so we've got then a few specific course requests. Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that you need to really be aware of the cost of these, because if they aren't through CREA, a lot of these are around $900 a piece. And so it just kind of a caution.
All right. That said, I'm looking for a motion to approve these training requests that I'm sure Janelle has captured since I haven't. Is there such a motion?
Rachel.
So moved.
Rachel has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And we got Joe seconding that. Is there any further discussion of these training requests? All those in favor of allowing these directors to take these trainings, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Any who oppose or abstain? Okay, those training requests were passed anonymously. And as some directors have been good at doing, if you feel like it's worth summarizing some of the training, putting it in the board packets so people can review what you've said, think about it. So I think that's real helpful and a good idea. It's not a homework assignment, so to speak. It's a suggestion. Okay, the next thing, if we can go on to 519, we've still got 12, we've still got some time to move on, is the director expense approval. That might be a bit tricky to take care of this time, but maybe not. Tim, would you be able to take care of that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can present that. Thanks. Again, I want to acknowledge Janelle and the finance group that helps me compile this each month. It sure makes it a lot easier when directors don't send these on the morning of the meeting, especially during a Zoom period, which we received one this morning after we'd compiled everything. You know, I'd like to see these by Monday at the latest, if possible. With that in mind, the monthly board meeting, all of us are in attendance today. So the per diem and the stipend would be up for approval. Finance and Audit Committee is Director Bassett, Lynch, Skihan, and Wheeler at a half-day per diem. So a total of 500. Roundup Board Meeting, Director Lewandowski, half-day. Director Skihan did not claim, I think was absent. CREA Board Meeting, Director Metzler, half-day per diem. Broadband Committee, Director Metzler, Skihan, and Wheeler, half-day each for $375. Those are mandatory meetings, regular mandatory meetings. Special meetings, the board retreat debrief meeting, Director Landis, the follow-up planning meeting with the retreat consultants, Director Landis, both of those are half-day. And then also the board retreat debrief meeting for Director Wheeler, half-day, each of those. There was discretionary expense submittals for training for Director Metzler, 2 half-days for $125 each. And then also Director Lewandowski, 2 half-days for $125 each. So that's it. That's all we have at the moment.
All right, well, a good list. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to approve those director expenses.
So moved.
Moved by Tim. Is there a second to approve the director expenses?
I'll second that, Bob.
Seconded by Bob. Any further discussion on those? All those who would approve the director expenses as stated, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed, unmute and let me know. Any abstentions? The director expenses were unanimously approved. All right, great. Well, let's go. Oops, 12:17. Oh, geez, we're just going through these things. I hate to waste a minute because I'm going. Is it possible actually? We could go on then to the attorney report. Graham, if you're ready. That report is on page 105. And then he's answered several questions for us too in that. So Graham, could you address that now as the next item on our agenda?
Absolutely, Britt. So I have prepared a sort of more traditional bullet pointed attorney report of just sort of a highlight overview of some of the things that I've been working on over the last month. But then I received quite a few, at least what I found were really interesting questions from board members about a variety of topics. And so I just wanted to kind of share those with the board generally in case anybody else sort of had a similar question, but just wasn't sort of part of the conversation with me on any of those questions. I'd be happy to go over anything specifically that anybody would like. Otherwise, I can kind of walk you through a few highlights just for kind of time management.
Graham, I have one question. One item you have there is you assisted with drafting the response letter to J. Paul Brown. I actually went looking for that letter in our files of letters provided, and I didn't find it. Do you know the status of that? What's happened with that?
I don't believe it's gone out yet. Jessica, has it gone out yet?
Is Jessica, is that close to being completed so far as you know, or what's the status on that?
Yeah, we were kind of delayed because we were working on the RFP and this rate settlement. So we will get to that and finish it up this week.
Okay, and that'll be good. Either when you do put that out there on our website, and of course you'll be delivering it to Mr. Brown, probably send an email to the board to point them to where it is, because there were a lot of good questions in there. We'll look forward to your answers. It helps us always in answering member questions. Okay, we've got Joe Lewandowski up next. Joe, go ahead. Questions for Graham.
Yeah, I guess this was kind of basically just a comment about the one explanation about employee complaints. And I just wanted to, it seemed to be related to those complaints we had, I guess, a couple months ago. And I just wanted to point out that those were made by retirees. And those were handled adequately as the board. I just don't want to I just want to make sure people don't get those confused. That if someone's a retiree, I think that there's a whole different process than going through the standard employee complaint process. And then just one question on the open door policy. Just kind of curious how that is explained to employees, I guess new employees or even current employees, how they're encouraged to, partake in the open door policy.
So this is in our published employee manual, and we are working through the employee manual orientations with employees currently, and sort of highlighting them to this. Just what the board may not be aware of is that traditionally LPEA had management directives that were individually numbered, not dissimilar to the way that we have board policies. So we've taken all of those employment-facing management directives and put them into a unified document, the employee manual, and Nadine and I have been walking all of the employees as a mandatory orientation through that manual, how to search it, how to locate it, where relevant linked documents are, and things of that nature, and where the previously in place management directives are located.
And Joe, I can speak to the onboarding. Going through the employee manual and highlighting the complaint procedures and things is part of our process. So we do have that in a couple places.
Okay, thank you. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Graham. I really like this report and the format you're following here and the info you're providing. So I'm throwing out a kudo there. I don't usually do that with attorneys, but in your case.
We don't usually deserve it.
I'm teasing, of course. But I had a question. The research and edits on the partial easement associated with the transfer of Cascade Silverton 115K line to Tri-State in January 2020. I don't have a recollection of that ever coming before the board, this transfer. So I'm not quite sure what that transfer is about, or maybe I'm just not recollecting something that was brought to us before. Could you give me a little background on that? And is this not one of our lines, but maybe already, maybe somebody else, some other co-op's line, or what?
Well, I think I'd need to let Dan speak to sort of the exact engineering of it, but this is something going back through the corporate record on this that had been sort of on and off the table for about a decade of transferring these assets back over to Tri-State, and then it finally became finalized in January of 2020. I could track down the exact resolution that authorized that sale, but it might have been quite a bit before then. Even the resolution that authorized the sale might have even been in 2017. I'm just sort of, that's based on my recollection of the corporate record around this. But so what happened was that we transferred, these were originally Colorado Ute assets that I believe LPEA wound up with as out of the Colorado Ute bankruptcy. And so we have transferred basically it's the 115 line, as it leaves Cascade substation. And then we've got, we have other assets in that area that we've retained. And so part of working on this easement with Tri-State was to make sure that LPEA retained all of its necessary access and maintenance rights in that area as well. I can.
So this was not something, this transfer was not approved in January 2020. That's kind of what you're saying. No. This is cleanup of easement issues on a previous board approval of some transfer of asset to Tri-State.
Correct. We did this transfer of assets in January 2020, and this was sort of a cleanup exactly that got overlooked during that transfer that we need to wrap up.
That's why I don't recall it, I guess. Thank you for the clarification.
And to be clear, that line is one of our incoming, outgoing 115 lines. It's purely powered and owned by Tri-State, and we don't have any substations or anything else north of that. So really, it's just a wholesale supplier transmission line. Yes, okay, I'm seeing some shaking heads, so we're good on that.
It's helpful, both of you.
Okay, further questions for Graham? Okay, one final small bit of business, and then we'll go ahead and take a break. Kirsten did find the courses that she would like permission to take, 2600 and 2620. We gave permission for the directors to take specified courses. If nobody has a problem with that, we're going to include those in the motion that was already made. Does anybody wish to challenge that or do anything different, or that will be included in the okayed courses? All right. That will be put on the record by Janelle that those courses are approved. Good luck with that. At this time, it's 12:26. Let's go ahead and take a break. We will come back shortly before 1 o'clock, and then hopefully Matt Larson will be there at 1 sharp, and we'll go on with hearing what he has to say. I know one of the issues which will be interested for all of us and to the public who's attending will be FERC's rejection of Tri-State's CTP, another acronym for their contract termination, whatever. And the other one that's BD, what was the other one, Dan? Oh, he's not here right now. There's CTP and BD something.
BDP.
Buy down payment.
Buy down payment.
Okay.
And that's where Dan's at right now. He's actually at a technical conference, so he had to jump off.
Okay.
They actually rejected the policy 125, which included CTP.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll hear more about that, I'm sure, at 1 o'clock. So let's start a break now, and I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if you're out there, start turning your videos on. Let's see if we can get this show back on the road.
Hey, Brett, this is your final meeting, isn't it?
For LPA, I'm already got plenty of others on the schedule.
I'm sure you do. I just wanted to acknowledge that, especially since you're being a taskmaster.
You're darn right. I like people to jump when I yell.
Won't he preside at the June board meeting? Because the announcements aren't made until the 17th.
I think Graham could, June, I hadn't even looked at the calendar.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
on the 16th, the same day as the board meeting, the announcement of winners is not until the 17th. So I think you have one more board meeting, Britt.
Oh,
so.
How do they manage to do that?
I was just looking at that too. Yeah, you're definitely on one more.
Oh boy.
If I accidentally said anything nice about you.
Well, maybe there'll be a reward there. Rachel was talking about something about a gathering afterwards, so maybe I can get people at least buy me one beer. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Is Matt here? I'm scanning through all these handsome faces and I don't see them. Jessica, do you have any word for Matt if he will be available? Otherwise, we'll go on to something else.
Yes, no, he had planned to be here, so I can text him.
I was reminded of LPEA last night. I went to this nice, peaceful Hillcrest board meeting, and it went on until 9 o'clock with a bunch of people arguing. I said, oh, I feel right at home.
What time did it start, Brett?
5.
Arguing about golf, huh?
Oh, it's actually one of the things, interestingly enough, that took the most time was trying to decide what to do with the new Hillcrest policy regarding COVID, since things have just been changed. It's amazing how tough a argument that can be with people, coming at from different directions.
Huh.
And it finally got it resolved on a split vote.
So what's it going to be up there?
It'll be the staff is still required to wear masks, but it's optional for guests. My argument, partly because of my family situation I'd mentioned to you, is I wanted there to be some word about vaccinations in there some way. I wanted it to be guests are welcome not to wear masks so long as they've been vaccinated or something like that. But people were really leery of including any kind of a request or mention of vaccinations. So I lost.
Hey, can you still join us at 1?
While we're waiting, are we still waiting?
So Matt is getting on right now.
Okay.
Sorry, he was at the technical conference with FERC, and I think that's where Dan was as well.
And how did that go?
Not real exciting, but it's moving along. Lot of details, just Tri-State really going through all the the different aspects that go into their models and goes into the long-term financial forecast and all that. When I was there, I was just for 45 minutes or so.
What was this specifically on? Because if their CTP was rejected, they would be on something else, I would guess.
It was the technical conference on the CTP.
Okay. Was there anything actually new? Because we probably have seen all that several times.
I've got a new appreciation on some of the technical aspects that go into it. I'm sure Matt can elaborate on some of what you saw there, but all the different pieces of software, the inputs, some of the results, it was enlightening to watch.
Kohler had sent out email last week with a brief statement from Tri-State, and it had attached to it the FERC filing. And I thought that was, a nice filing. They put in a lot of background information and then just hit the points, boom, 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 boom. So I hope we had a chance to glance at it at least. That would help us going forward and thinking about this, I think.
Should we celebrate you now while we're waiting for Matt?
Celebrate me?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I have a confetti gun and a kazoo. So I have to run upstairs to get those.
But Rachel, what people warned me about, because I hadn't been paying much attention to the future calendar is that the election results won't be announced until Thursday, June the 17th. So I'm still technically on the hook.
Okay.
Until then. And I look at my calendar and I see a LPEA board meeting on the 16th, which is the day before that.
Aha, so we celebrate you next time. Perfect. I'll plan a bigger surprise.
We can do it live. Don't have to do it over the screen.
That's right. Soft tomatoes welcome. Well.
Is that cans of tomatoes?
No, you gotta be the real thing, the real thing.
Okay.
Britt, have you ever presided over a live board meeting?
Yeah, I stepped in for Bob once, and I think I had one before we got into this, but I'm really not certain. I definitely remember presiding over at least one. In some ways, it'll probably be more difficult because at least when I'm doing this, I have 3 screens and my device all going, so I can kind of keep my eyes on a variety of things. So I haven't used my iPad in probably a year, so if we have a live one, I'll have to see if that's only to have 2 screens there. I'll have to see if I can fire it up again. There's Matt. Matt, I guess your excuse is you're participating in a very exciting FERC technical conference. So at this time on our agenda is the time for you to report to us on what's been going on in the work that you're doing for us. So if you jump right in, we would appreciate it. And as always, this is the public portion of this. We have 9 attendees on, including the interest from the Herald, which we appreciate. So if you would step in, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry I was late coming over, Britt. So I think 2 updates, I think Britt mentioned technical conference is going on with regard to the CTP and partial buy down right now. So that's in progress as we speak. I think really two major things since last time we connected. One, the state of rate case settlement was filed. That's an unopposed settlement, getting a 2% rate reduction for the first year and another 2% incremental, so 4% all in, going out through 2023 when Tri-State will file a rate case again. So that's a really big development. I think it really means meaningful savings for LPEA, and LPEA was certainly kind of tip of the spear in leading that effort to get that case resolved. And I think it's a really, really positive result. It has not been ruled on by FERC yet. I anticipate, they will do that here in the next, month or two would be my guess, although it's, they're not on a specific clock, but the rate reduction will be effective as of March 1, 2021. So it's backdated a little bit, and then the second one will come into play starting March 1, 2022. So that is one piece of the update. I know the update's been a little sparse, so that's one that we're finally able to talk about publicly. That's been a long settlement process to get here. And, like I said, I think LPEA was one of the key members in really making that happen. Number two, we had the complaint that was pending with regard to the board policy 125 filing by Tri-State, which had put in place some different parameters around, when you could get a buyout calculation, how much you had to pay to get a buyout calculation, the number of buyouts that could be required, the number of CTP calculations that could be asked for in a particular year. That complaint was, they've dismissed board policy 125, FERC has. So, LPEA and the other members that banded together to file that complaint were successful there. So Tri-State is, back to the drawing board in terms of trying to come up with some different parameters that could potentially be around, when you can request CTP calculations, what you would have to pay. But FERC found that the terms and conditions they had put on that were not just and reasonable. I think that's a big result for a couple of reasons. I think it was a pretty egregious policy in terms of limiting members' abilities to seek CTP calculations and be able to evaluate, alternative futures for what they want to do. And then number two, I think it shows FERC taking a hard look at some of the things that Tri-State is doing and being proactive when they see something that looks askew to them. So, those are really the two big developments, Britt, that I would flag for today. I'm happy to take any questions about those, either one of those items.
Yeah, the first one would be that the FERC dismissed the board policy 125, the CTP thing, without prejudice, which means Tri-State can modify that slightly and refile. Does you have any feeling on how slightly that could be? Is this just more delay and that they could just get rid of a couple of the egregious things, but basically we're back with the exact same CTP? That's the black box methodology.
Yeah, I mean, so this is not, a determination of their full CTP filing. This was those terms and conditions that were contemplated by board policy 125, right? So the methodology remains under evaluation at FERC in a different case. That's the case that the technical conference is ongoing in right now. But this was the parameters about, how, when you could effectuate obtaining a calculation. So yeah, they could make minor tweaks and refile. When you get something dismissed though, that's usually not a good strategy. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. And we passed a board resolution this morning, just about what we're going to do when we receive our rate reduction from Tri-State, but it has to depend on when FERC would finally rule. You've stated that could be a month or two. Is there any chance that you could see, because it's unopposed, that FERC would somehow not let that go through?
I think it's very likely that it's going to be approved. I will be extremely surprised if there's some kind of issue with that settlement not being approved.
Okay, but still, LPEA can't act until it is, so it would be pretty discouraging if it drags on for more months. But nothing we can do about it. Correct.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's kind of in FERC's hands at this point. But the fact that it's unopposed, really diminishes the likelihood that there's going to be any kind of modification to it. And after the settlement went in, there was a number of parties that were, not active, like LPEA was in the settlement process, that have all withdrawn. So You know, I think other parties certainly see it as this ultimately is going to be approved. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, that was good clarification that the terms and conditions around the CTP is what FERC rejected, but the actual CTP method, technical hearings and stuff is still going on. Is there any sort of timeline or indication of when FERC might rule on the actual CTP method?
You know, not right now. That remains in a settlement posture as we sit here right now.
In your experience, have some of these sorts of things, if you've ever seen anything like this before, gone on for very, very long periods of times, or they normally get through in years or two?
No, I mean, they have potential to drag out, you know, particularly here where we're in a settlement process, you know, with a settlement judge, and, you know, it's ultimately going to be, we're going to be in that until either a settlement is reached or the judge determines that there's an impasse. So there's a lot of discretion in the hands of the judge there to determine, you know, when she, in this instance, you know, doesn't think that a settlement is a possibility.
Okay, and my final question, and then we'll go on to other board members' questions in public. You didn't mention anything about the Adams County case, so I assume there's nothing gone on there.
Correct. Yeah, no update there.
Okay. Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Yeah, the sort of settlement process at this on the CTP, does that allow or has there been any movement to provide another methodology? Is it purely examining Tri-State's CTP, or is there an opportunity to suggest a different methodology?
You know, all discussions are unfortunately protected by the settlement privilege, so can't really talk about in this forum what has or hasn't been offered there.
Okay. Are there further questions for Matt in this public forum about these FERC, PUC, and Adams County things? And of course, nothing's going on with the PUC related to this as well right now. Matt, is there?
Correct. No, the only thing with the PUC is, you know, United Power has the appeal out on the, you know, the dismissal of the PUC complaints. That's in a briefing phase right now. So I believe United may have already filed their brief, and I think the commissions in the process are responding.
All right. Again, any further questions to Matt? If not, then I'm going to look to go into executive session. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So the next item on our agenda is to go into executive session with Matt to discuss these litigation matters and to get an update from our legal counsel on a dark fiber network agreement. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to go on executive session to address those two items.
So moved by Rachel.
Rachel has made that motion to go into executive session. Can I have a second?
Tim.
Tim has seconded that. Is there further discussion about going into executive session?
Yeah, this is Kohler. I assume I am not invited to the first half of the executive session.
That would be correct. But the second half, I know also perhaps involves the same party. Graham, can you speak to whether Kohler should be involved in the discussion of the dark fiber network agreement?
I think it'd probably be in Kohler's best interest to recuse himself from that as well, for the same reason that he's recusing himself from the first session.
So be it. Thank you.
Lucky you. Okay, we'll let you know when we get back to it. I can't predict how long this is going to last because I don't know much about that second part of it. I suspect Matt won't be keeping us too long because there's not been a huge amount going here. But with that said, everybody who's we've got a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion again? All those who would like to go into all those who approve of this motion to go into executive session, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any who oppose, unmute and let me know, or abstain. All right, the motion to go into executive session has passed unanimously. Now the link to go into that session was sent in a couple of different forums. I hope everybody's got it handy. We will see. So with that said, let's go ahead and leave this forum and join the other one. I'll see you on the other side.
No, what do you mean no events?
Okay, if you're out there, please start your video so we can see who's all here, and we'll look at getting back together.
We've still got 6 attendees with us too.
Yeah. I hope they're able to accomplish some additional work while they sit in our meetings. Still need a couple more board members. Okay, it looks like most of us are back. So I am going to call this meeting back to order and allow us to continue on the agenda. The next item on the agenda would be if we have any board actions resulting from anything we learned or discussed in executive session. I'm not aware of any. Do any directors have anything related to the executive session? Okay. We're through that one nice and quick. The item that we added to the agenda this morning would be the next one. That would be considering next month's meeting in person. And Rachel has mentioned any possible post-meeting gathering. Now, I can't predict what next month's agenda is going to be. This month, we were doing pretty well because we didn't have any issues that required a great deal of arguing over, so we moved through it pretty well. Next month meeting could be in person. It could be based on LPEA's current corporate policy regarding things. Nadine, could you tell us regarding COVID, what LPEA's current policy is regarding meetings held in their facility?
Currently, we are evaluating that and will determine by the end of this week when we will be open to the public. So right now, we're not open to the public unless you go through, like we've allowed a few if you go through Trent. So would you agree with that, Jessica, that that's where we're at currently?
Yes, I think it's more of an issue of making sure that our staff feel safe, and so giving them enough time to get vaccinated if they haven't gotten vaccinated yet. So as Nadine mentioned, we're examining the health orders and working with our safety coordinator and staff to determine the most appropriate time to open to the public.
And as I did last night in a losing argument, I would suggest that we could hold an in-person meeting and all directors are welcome. Directors and staff who would normally attend are welcome to attend so long as they've been vaccinated. However, I could certainly see stopping it right there and not letting any public in for the first meeting, just continuing it in Zoom as normal. We could certainly do an interim step. But I'll stop there and ask for questions and other opinions, and then eventually we can perhaps drive this to a motion to decide what to do, so long as we're not going against any LPEA policy for their own staff. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, what we've done is say we recommend wearing a mask in accordance with CDC guidance. And since CDC guidance says if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. If you aren't vaccinated, we recommend you do. So we keep those words vaccinated out of there. If I do attend in person and if it's indoors, I'll be wearing a mask one way or the other. I happen to be vaccinated, nobody asked, but I'll wear a mask indoors.
All right, Kohler.
I have no problem meeting in person. In fact, I encourage it. I think we get a lot more value out of it. But if somebody's uncomfortable, maybe we can have a hybrid meeting. And I think if at the first one we don't let the public in, and we can space out the tables in the boardroom and make everybody that attends comfortable. But I would encourage an in-person meeting if we can. Thank you.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just comment that it might be prudent just to have one more meeting via Zoom. We're all set up. We're all ready for that. We know how it works. My concern really is similar to Jessica's about other people who could be somehow affected by this. I know, Kohler, you and I talked a while back, and Tri-State has gone back to a high level of in-person, but they also did that in another facility. They are not doing that, in my understanding, in their own headquarters because of potential impact to their other employees and so forth. So, I tend to err on the side of being cautious. So in this case, and I think what's another month while we figure it out and see what happens, and go for there. So that's my thought.
All right, Sue, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm in agreement with Tim. I think I would like to wait at least one more month and see how things are going at that point in time. I think most of us have been vaccinated, but I don't want the staff to feel uncomfortable about us being in their building and then wondering, oh, are we going to get sick now? So I guess from my perspective, I think July is probably soon enough.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yes, I'm on board with Tim and Sue. I mean, I agree with Kohler. I'd like to have a in-person meeting, but I think it'd be great if we had a meeting, it was fully open to the public, and maybe that won't be possible, but I don't see any harm in waiting another month.
Are there other comments? I would not be in favor of a hybrid meeting where some directors were one place and another, and that's strictly because it would be difficult for me to run. When I tried to do some of that before, it's much better to be doing it all one way or all another. Further comments? The status quo doesn't require any motion or any activity. So unless somebody makes a motion to try and change the status quo, it'll continue the way it is now for the next month. Okay, no more discussion of that. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yep, sorry, I was trying to find my raised hand. I'd like to move that we have a in-person meeting in June.
All right, Kirsten's moved that we hold an in-person meeting in June. Is there a second for that? I'm not hearing a second. I saw a hand wave. Dan Huntington seconds it. Okay. Is there further discussion of an in-person meeting? And we could just stop it at this point and not discuss staff and everybody else. It would just be board, and then we could take it further if we need to, or however you choose to discuss it. But let's have discussion on this if there is any more. If not, we'll go ahead and move it to a vote. Kirsten, go ahead.
I just didn't get my hand down, thanks.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just question, would public be invited or not? I mean, part of the reason I think keeping status quo is good is that we know we can accommodate public and member comment. It's not clear we'd be able to do that in person, so it needs to be clarified.
Yeah, I'm not clear on that either. Rachel, go ahead.
I think we can. Drew, we have the technology, right, to do public called in or joined remotely, because we have those little surround sound speakers.
Yeah, I mean, we can do those things. Putting a hybrid would be difficult for sure, trying to put everybody on one Zoom screen. We also were talking about rethinking the process if doing the live stream is is still the appropriate way going forward. So it would be nice to have a little bit of time to put something new together if we go that direction.
Okay, thanks. And then I was just going to also add my comment. I'm going to abstain from this vote. I actually will be abroad next month during our meeting. And so I was going to try to call in because I thought we set a policy where board members can, it was like call in or something 2 to 3 times. So just so you know, I'm coming in with an abstain.
But that's good news, and it'll be something for Drew and team to be aware of. Next month, if we do meet in some way, Rachel will be needing to be able to do it via whatever methods available at that time. So it is something to be aware of that's on the calendar. Now we do have that. Do we have a policy, or that's depending on how the election turns out? Go ahead.
Correct, Brett. That won't be a policy until that won't be a bylaw until the election.
Yeah.
Presuming it passes at the election. So it would either need to be full remote or full in person with no opportunity for telephonic attendance under our current.
Rachel, you should probably not abstain then.
Well, I was gonna say, but we've had people calling in the past, so I don't understand. Anyways, I'll take this offline, but good. No, thank you.
We have had people calling in to provide us information or invited guests, but I don't know that we've ever allowed a board member to.
Jack's called in a bunch.
Jack's called in a bunch.
I'm not sure he was a voting member at the time.
Oh, and that could have been related to if he was at CREA. And yeah, that's possible. Anyhow, further discussion of this motion to hold an in-person board meeting next month. All right, we will look for a vote on this. All those in favor of an in-person board meeting next month, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
I've got Kohler and Kirsten. Are there anybody else?
Aye.
And Dan?
Dan.
Kohler, Kirsten, Dan in favor. All those who are opposed to holding an in-board meeting next month, please unmute and say nay at this time.
Nay.
I'm switching to an A.
And are there any who would abstain? And I will abstain. And John will abstain. Okay, so for the record, Janelle, we have 3 yeses to do this, and that was Kohler and Dan and Kirsten. And we have 2 abstentions, that's Rachel and Britt. And everybody else was a nay, so the motion does not pass. We will have a Zoom meeting again next week.
Just to clarify, it wasn't Rachel, it was John Witchell that abstained with you. Rachel voted nay.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification. I think with that, Janelle will probably have it correctly for our minutes. Okay, that's our orders for next month. In some ways, that makes it easy for me. I've gotten pretty comfortable with doing this. It's very nice to have 3 screens and to have the mobile phone here going on that I actually connect to another one of my screens. So I don't have to talk to the mobile phone. It just does all my messaging up in a window as well. So for any of those who will be taking this over in the future, you might want to keep in mind setting up that way. The next thing is director reports. This is where I ask the directors just to highlight, not go through their total report, and then we'll see if there are questions on that. So we'll step through it briefly. The first is the Roundup Foundation. That's on page 112. And Joe, I believe, would identify that. Joe, is there anything you need to point out? Are there any questions on the Roundup Foundation? All right. Next would be the Tri-State report, and that starts on page 118. I'm seeing, yes, Kohler presented his written report and a lot of material from Tri-State. Kohler, are there some highlights that you would like to point out? And then we'll see if there are some questions.
I'll mention 2 different things. This morning we were talking about LPEA peaking outside of the Tri-State window. And actually 35 members peaked outside of the window. And out of those 35 members that peaked outside the window, 33 of them peaked before 10 a.m. in the morning. And Tri-State actually peaked, as best I can tell, it's right around 6:37 in the morning on a Monday morning. So quite a few of them have peeked out of the window for that month. And then also for March, Tri-State set a new record as far as their renewables. It was 36% of the power provided to the co-ops. And they also set another record, and that's for the low of coal, which was also 36%. So those are two highlights I thought I'd bring up, and then I'm open for questions.
Kohler, are those kilowatt hour, when you mentioned that, it's not, I assume that's what it would be, energy provided?
I'll look and find out and answer that for you.
Okay.
I'll have to double check.
Yeah, I suspect that's what it would be at 36%, but don't want to verify. Okay, Joe, go ahead. Questions for Kohler?
Yeah, and this might be for Jessica too. One thing that really jumped out at me is the discussion about Tri-State talking to the Biden administration about the, I guess this Jobs Act, or the, you know, the big bail, the big incentive plan, or whatever it's called. And it seemed that they seem to be pretty focused that they're going to get, you know, they're looking at this $10 billion that's dedicated to, apparently going to go to co-ops throughout the country. And the reason it jumped out at me is, so we're sitting here talking to Tri-State about, you know, doing things in a new way. And they're talking to the federal government about, you know, maybe getting, I don't know, 500 million or $1 billion or something like that. It seems that it would be wise for, you know, for LPEA and the other co-ops to kind of have a seat at this table to find out what's going on, so that, you know, it's just not Tri-State that's going to, you know, reap all the benefits of because there's going to be money coming. I don't think there's any doubt that there's going to be money coming from Washington to the G&Ts. But it seems that we have a role in this to say, hey, you know, we've been trying to work with Tri-State. Tri-State has not been cooperative as they're supposed to be. And all of a sudden they're going to get a, you know, maybe $1 billion or $500 million. And that we need to have a, you know, a place at this table too, to say, you know, we own Tri-State technically, and we need to have a voice in how that money is distributed and what it's used for. So I don't know, Jessica, can you comment on that, or anyone who might have a thought on that, Kohler?
Yeah, I'll put in a quick thought, because I can tell you right now, NRECA was also chasing after that money, and they were in conflict with Tri-State as far as what to do with that money, kind of on the lines of what you were saying. So Tri-State has been working with NRECA, and a couple other G&Ts have joined them to try to get some of those funds towards these stranded assets. And they've made some progress. What that progress is, I don't know. I don't have details on it. But you're right, and NRECA is pushing for doing just what you're talking about, getting that money out there for the co-ops doing different projects. And now I'll let Jessica add something if she has something.
Yeah, Kohler is absolutely right. There's active work to carve out money. And in fact, I do have some calls with folks that I used to work with on the Hill in DC. They work for Senate Appropriations Committee on Energy and Water, and they're the ones that can help appropriate and designate funds. So I'm getting with them to talk about, well, where is an opportunity? And I'm also connecting up with NRECA's Legislative Affairs VP to talk about how co-ops like ours can get in the middle and receive federal grant money for investing in carbon neutral technologies as well. So we're actively pursuing this, Joe. It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, if they're looking at, you know, the stranded assets, I mean, that relates directly to what what we've been talking about for years here. And again, I just don't want this to kind of pass by. So thank you for doing that. If there's anything we can do about contacting our legislators or Congress people, please let us know, because I'd be happy to talk about it.
Joe, that is an interesting subject. I had thought about that too, because it could have some significant influence on what the buy down payments would be, depending on eventually the buy down methodology that's being used. And then the follow-on thought I had to that is who actually would benefit if Tri-State got a lot of money for its stranded assets, which allowed them to offset some of those long-term bonds. It's actually the bondholders. This would be more money that comes from the federal government that eventually goes to the bondholders. It's quite likely, would you invest in Tri-State at this time, not knowing things, you know, are these bondholders essentially going to be in trouble if something doesn't change? It could be. If the federal government provides money so that the GNTs are not stuck with these huge debts, you know, that would be great for the GNTs, but the eventual beneficiaries will be the bondholders. That's my comment. Anything else for Kohler in general, or Kohler, do you have some other things that you'd like to point out on your report?
No, I don't have anything else, but I think Tim has his hand up.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, on page 120 of the packet, under the March 2021 financial performance in the Tri-State Board report, it mentions the first bullet point. It says, in addition, 2% of member sales were reserved to implement a 2% rate reduction. Was there any, is that just them saying, well, now we've approved the settlement, and so beginning in March or something? I'm not quite sure how that works. Do you have any insight into that?
I don't, but I caught that same thing this morning, so I put that question in towards Tri-State because I don't know exactly what that means. I have not received an answer, but I will answer via email when I get it.
Great, thank you.
It could be just putting that to deferred revenue. You'll have to check core if that's where it's going. That was my guess. Rachel, go ahead.
Oh, wait, Britt, I just still had another question.
Oh, excuse me. I just didn't see the hand anymore.
Hang on there. I know you're itching to go.
Leave your hand up when you ask a question until you're finished. Otherwise, I will move on. That would be helpful.
All right, that's a good point. Thanks. Just under that, it says 20.8 million of deferred revenue recognized by Tri-State. It appears that that's out of non-member sales. And I'm kind of curious as to why they're doing that. If they're already running a loss, it doesn't seem to make sense to me. So maybe you could ask about what's behind that and where that 20.8 million of deferred revenue is coming from. Are they applying it or are they deferring it? It wasn't real clear to me.
No, they're pulling it out of the deferred revenue and putting it into the non-member revenue. So they added that to the revenue for that month is where they put it.
All right.
So right now they have a pot of about 200 and some million in their deferred revenues. So they pulled that 20.8 million out and then they put it into the non-member revenue.
So does that mean right underneath there with the financial results where it says non-members actual March, 20 of that number, 20 million of that or 20.8 million of that came from deferred revenue rather than from actual member sales?
That's correct.
Huh. Okay. Do you have any idea why they're doing that?
Well, they need to do that to keep in all their stuff with the bond holders and stuff like that, to keep all their numbers, their ratios and stuff correct.
So they're doing it to meet performance statistics that allow them to keep their current rates of for bondholders and things like that. Is that?
That's correct. Now they're doing a little different this year. In the past, what they've done is they've waited all until the end of the year and done it in one transaction. Now they're going to do this basically quarterly, my understanding, if they need to.
Right. What I didn't see on here on this report, and maybe it's in the info that you put into your file, which I really appreciate on the file folder. But you know, where did that 20.8 million come from, and how does that look on the balance sheet? I mean, they must have pulled it out of somewhere. And I just wonder what that remaining balance might be. So.
I'll have to get you that number. I don't have it right off the top of my head.
I could answer that question if you wish, Cola.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would really appreciate it.
Sure. So, you know, Tim, when we were talking during our presentation about if we didn't meet our goals in 2025, we'd pull from the rate stabilization fund. This is essentially what they're doing on a larger scale. They have deferred revenue over the last few years to create a $200 million entry on their balance sheet. And that is really their rate stabilization fund. And it's around $200 million. So as Cola rightfully said, they've not waited for year end to start using it. They've said, okay, we have this budget deficiency as a result of, you know, what happened in February. So we're going to pull from that fund and pull it into our income statement in Q1. They may well have to do the same thing in Q2. And then they forecast strong non-member sales in Q3, which will make up the shortfall. So I guess the logic is they created that deferred revenue in years and months past when they had strong results.
Not quite, Carl. That's a little bit of it. But the DMEA buyout funds went directly into deferred revenue.
Right.
And
that's a
Carson
really good point,
did
Bert.
too. And actually, that's the majority of it. Kohler, is that correct?
It's not the majority, but it is correct that a big chunk of that went in there. Yes.
Okay. Well, I was just
At least I don't think it's
I
the
thought
majority.
DMEA was 88.5 and Kit Carson was 42 or something after they bought out their transmission. So when I added those up, that's why I said majority. They could have been done slightly.
Well, maybe so. I didn't hear you say Kit Carson. I thought you just said DMEA. So
okay.
The combination of the two might be. I don't know.
And Kohler included a resolution in the material he provided from Tri-State that was specifically addressing this, that they passed a resolution to start using that deferred revenue. And I assume that's tied in with this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Kohler. I'll lower my hand. Thank you for your patience with me, Britt.
You bet. Rachel.
Yeah, Kohler, are there any updates on, I guess, how the partial member voting situation's moving forward? They're trying to figure out what percentage you have to own in order to still have a seat on the board.
They're coming out with new language for us to look at the next meeting, to put that forward. And then it will go in front of the annual meeting in August, and then the members will vote on it. So they have two different things. They have that percentage of how much you are out of Tri-State and still retain the board seat. And then the other one was the having a limit on the non-utility members in Tri-State. So those two items will come up as bylaw changes to be introduced in front of the members. And Jessica might mention a little bit more because I know that they're involved with this as well.
No, that's right. And we've been actively giving Tri-State edits, suggested edits, because in one sense, we're not sure that if we take the partial contract and our power needs change, and Dan can speak more to this, and we go under the 50% just due to that fact, so do we lose a board seat? And is it year to year to year they recalculate it? Or is it at the time that you join the partial contract agreement that you're at 50%, then you maintain your board seat in perpetuity until something else changes? So we've asked for clarification. Dan's keen eyes on that was great. So we're glad that we were able to get that in there, and hopefully they'll take that consideration, make that change.
So I have a question for you, Jessica, on that as well. And that is that not only the board seat, but I think if you fall below 50%, then you're no longer considered a member. Isn't that correct?
Dan or Graham, do you know those details? I didn't read it as that, but maybe Dan thought something different.
I think so.
And I see Kirsten wants to put in a comment. She might know. Kirsten, did you have a comment, man?
Yeah, I don't think so. Being a board director and having a vote is one thing. Being a member, if we're buying electricity, we're a member. If you're buying steam from them, it can be a member. You can sure as heck be a member if you're buying a little bit of electricity from them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else for Kohler? I've got one comment. I was encouraged and pleased to see their presentation on their mine asset retirement obligations and their cleanups. That looked like a great report, how they showed the levels they have to bring it back to. And I just want to contrast again, the co-op model is great for cleaning up after themselves compared to the investor-owned utility, or more likely the mining models. When they finish something, they just go bankrupt and leave. The co-op model cleans up after themselves, and we should applaud Tri-State for that. Kohler, how did you read that?
Well, I'd say the same thing, but that also has a direct effect on when you look down at the financials. The negative numbers they're coming up with now is, they call it the ARO, Asset Retirement Obligation. And that increased quite a bit when they decided to close the mines earlier than what they predicted. So it really has a direct effect on the financials. So I could add that to what your part. I might also mention one other thing, and I think that the Colorado governor signed the bill, I think it was 1131 or 1113. And so Tri-State will now have their minutes in the packet, and we can no longer take action in executive session. So those are two changes for Tri-State, big changes. So.
Okay, anything else for Kohler? All right, the next would be Fast Track. Tim, is there anything you'd like to point out on that?
Sorry, I'm muting there. No, I think I'll take questions if anyone has any, but report's pretty self-explanatory.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Tim, the bankruptcy of Brainstorm and its parent company, is that going to be a real hardship on Fast Track? Any idea on that yet?
Well, as in the report, there's a loss of revenue on a monthly basis. That I wouldn't say loss of revenue. Fast Track is ordered by the bankruptcy judge to continue to provide service. That service has a cost and a revenue impact on Fast Track, and so we continue to provide the service without getting paid for it. It's at this point a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, so it's an opportunity to reorganize, and if they do reorganize, then we would be paid some portion on the dollar of that, but that's unclear what will be the final result. And so, so to the extent that we have to continue, Fast Track has to continue to provide service and not be paid, that payment goes into arrears, will we ever collect it, and to what extent becomes the hardship. And that's why Fast Track has also looking to take the services of a bankruptcy lawyer out of Denver. There aren't none really around here that deal with this kind of thing, in order to be able to determine our options and what's the best course of action in regards to that.
What kind of position is Fast Track in? Do we have any idea yet? I mean, there's different positions in a bankruptcy proceeding, and
it's not that clear at this point.
Okay. All right.
There's a lot of creditors and a lot of different holding company. Futurum is a holding company. Brainstorm is one of those. Forethought, there's others, and Fast Track and other, at this point, creditors have differing levels of exposure, if you will, and that's all trying to be sorted out. The bankruptcy judge ordered Futurum to come back with more detailed information in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, interesting. Anything else regarding fast track or questions for Tim on that? All right, we'll move on to the CREA report. You had time to scroll and find that's on page 131. And that would be Holly. Holly, can you give us any highlights that you want to? And then we'll ask questions if there are any.
All right, great, thank you. I was really proud of myself. I got this to you guys about 10 days ago and nobody sent any questions. Woo woo. So if you do have any, let me know. Every single piece of legislation in that report is in committee right now and it is passing through the committee. So if you want to know something specific, let me know. Kent Sinker reviewed a really interesting PowerPoint, couple of slides that cooperative model did much better in the Texas deep freeze than any of the IOU models for a variety of reasons. And let's see, I think that those were the big ones. Does anybody have anything in particular they wanted to ask?
Questions?
All right.
Not seeing any. Okay, and then it would be Western United. Is there anything there to say?
Western United rocks overall. Everything I've seen and heard, they look like they're a pretty solid company. We had the meeting the end of April. They've got some record sales going on right now, and I think part of that is they did a lot of proactive thinking and tried to get some stock on to the yard before the COVID impacts really hit. So they have limited some of their sales to non-members so that there is stuff available for members. The lead times are horrendous right now. Prices, competition, that was one thing that really was curious to me, is that they have employees being poached. So that really was kind of an interesting addendum, I guess. Let's see, in St. George, Utah campus is well underway and should be done by the end of the year. Should there be all the county permits and building permits are go through. And they do have a temporary cable cutting operation up and running. Anything else for Western United?
Did they have any discussions about them seeing dramatic increases in material pricing?
Yeah, they are seeing some upward pressure on that. So I think it's across the board though.
All right. Joe, go ahead.
And maybe this is more for Jessica or Dan. You know, I know that there's this big backlog of materials and stuff. Are we running into any of that with our capital projects as it relates to, you know, equipment we get from Western United?
You know, that would actually be an answer for Jerry because we've been monitoring that issue.
No problems. They've been fantastic at getting us what we need.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add that we met with Western United last week. They all came up to meet with us. It was a great meeting with Greg and his executives. Just really made us feel confident that they're aware of our needs. They're constantly checking in, giving us ideas if they know that we purchase a certain piece of equipment often, that if there is a lag time, they'll give us a heads up. So they've been very hands-on. I feel very confident that we're with the best group and we're getting the best prices as well.
Okay. Anything else for any of the directors in their director reports?
I just want to know if Kirsten's cat is after her computer mouse.
That's it. It keeps batting around at it.
Is there anything else? Then we've reached the bottom of our agenda. Any other issues we need to bring up? Or is there anything else that needs to be stated to try and get on next month's agenda that we don't normally get to? Joe, go ahead.
This isn't real urgent, but Jerry mentioned taking down those little porcelain things off the poles, and I saw a couple of those being used as paperweights at the electric vehicle thing last Saturday. are there like thousands of those or hundreds? Or I could see some local artists maybe having some fun with those. I hate to see them just go into the landfill because they're kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having one, but just wondering.
We'll see if we can get you some. We actually have a gentleman who has the largest electrical museum in the nation, just down in Farmington, who comes and collects most of our old stuff from us, and he puts it in there.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Interesting. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I know Janelle, in an attempt to organize us cats, put an email together that said, get your reports in by end of day Friday. And I sure appreciate what she's doing there. But some of us don't have meetings until the end of that week. And it's a scramble to put all that together. So I think while I totally agree with her, I think end of day Monday is a better choice. So I just throw that out to the board. Maybe that's not a point of discussion. I should just listen to what Janelle tells me.
Well, if you don't mind, Tim, I'm glad you brought that up because we actually were struggling with that. And what we've heard from the board before is that the board needs the weekend to review the documents, and they use that time to put notes into director point. So when we get documents that are late and insert them into the board packet, Drew has at least told me it could remove everyone's notes. So I think what we're suggesting in that email is that to be fair to the board, to have time to review the document over the weekend, to get everything, if possible, by Friday, close of business. And just letting the board know that any reports that come after Friday will not be added to the board packet or director point because it wipes everyone's notes out that worked on it over the weekend. And so instead, we would just make sure everyone saw it. It's not in the board packets in your email, but then we'd add it to the board packet after the board meeting so it doesn't wipe out everyone's notes.
That's great clarification. Thank you.
But I just want to make sure that works for everybody.
It didn't wipe out my notes, just an FYI. So.
Okay, Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jessica and staff and the board for making a generous donation to the La Plata County, Archuleta County Cattlemen's Banquet. It was well attended. We have had right at 360 people attend at a great venue out here by Marvel. The meal was great, catered by Jerry Mars. He served that whole crowd in about 35 minutes with steak and chicken. It was very well, one of the best we had ever had. And I think the silent auction raised almost $1,300 for scholarships. So thank LPEA very much from the Cattlemen's Associations.
Okay, appreciate that, Dan. And Janelle, if you would stick that in the notes too, so that that gets captured in our minutes that we received that thing. I think that'd be nice. Is there any other discussion for anything before we exit the meeting? Okay, I think this has got to be a record. It's not 3 o'clock. We should at least sit around and think of something to talk about for a while, but no, we don't have to. The meeting is now over, so I will state that this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for the participation as always. And I guess I'll see you for another month.
You're stuck with us for another month there.
Bye. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Be safe and productive.